Então fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Então fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Up in heaven, waiting to flood out. The net will land. Donut still down to hell. 3 on the round. Make that 4th.
One enemy remaining.
Ghost and Vanitas says not an outlaw, but a marshal. This is a vandal. Oh my gosh.
Forward. Again and again, that's going to be another. Waiting for more players to challenge. Again, she finds it. 3 on the round. And again,
One enemy remaining.
I think the read's there.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Oh my.
But Femboy has the judge. This could cook. That's 3. Femboy dances around and tucks back in for the 4th. Should be the ace.
Shopify Rebellion. They weren't here for a kickoff, but they remind everyone who the best in Game Changers is.
Well, folks, it is that time of year. The leaves are changing, the temperature is changing, and what else is changing? I think you know what it is. The game is changing. Welcome to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth. Corny as heck, but please I thank you for letting me be here. I'm gonna bring in my 2 lovely, beautiful analysts, Ender and Emily, joining us on the desk today to open up stage 2 of the main event of Verizon Game Changers. And I do apologize for the joke. I did not tell them I was doing that, but I went straight for it. Chris, is that
I was
okay?
getting chills over here. I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
I loved it. Personally, I did,
Okay.
yeah.
Modern day Shakespeare, that's what they call me. It's what actually the S in Elizabeth stands for.
Okay, now don't let it get to your head. That's a little too much now.
Too late. Anyways, but thank you so much for joining us. If you're just joining us from the Swiss stage, or if this is your first time joining us for Verizon Game Changers, this is a women and marginalized gender circuit where we can find opportunities and experiences for our players to grow and grow. Emily is a former Game Changer herself. Christy Ender is a former Game Changers coach, and I am me. But it is wonderful to
And
be
we're so
back.
happy to have you here, Liz.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. But we have just kind of, we've been working through the year to get here. We started earlier in the year with Game Changers and then moved kind of into where we are now. But we had a new format for this year, Christy, where we had the Swiss stage and then we had now the main event, which was different from even when you were coaching.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been really helpful for the scene in general. Obviously, like playing the Swiss stage, playing these games every single week, whereas in previous years you would play qualifiers that would be like all slammed into one weekend, and you'd have to, win that or do very well in order to end up placing. This allowed teams, I think, to focus a lot more on prepping for specific opponents, for working on improving week to week. So I think I've been able to see, whether through casting a lot of those games in the second stage or coaching back in stage 2, just the level of our teams continue to evolve over the year.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think this is the best format we've ever had. Like, I would have loved to play in this. I think it definitely allows teams to have a lot more growth, and it also just gives us a lot more matches to watch and a lot more like head-to-head lineups that we normally wouldn't see.
Yeah, I think something that a lot of players talked about, especially when you were playing, Emily, was needing that, wanting more experience, wanting more time to play and just grow. And that's exactly, I think, the kind of thesis of Game Changers, is finding that spot. But let's talk about stage 2, because we got from Swiss to here into our main event bracket. And you were joining us for the very first day of the opening day. Once again, thank you for joining us. And you can see we're all starting off in the upper bracket, Christy, but and then we have, it's just classic double elim format.
Yeah, simple stuff here. Don't lose twice, and eventually you'll win the tournament. As long as you just don't lose that second time. That's the very important thing. But I think you can see like a lot of the strengths of the teams that ended up making it here. Again, if you weren't following, you wouldn't have realized maybe that 100 Thieves picked up a Game Changers roster, which is super cool. We've got Ghost Gaming as well in the scene. Even like a Blue Water coming in here and upsetting a FlyQuest to end up making it is all really, really fun to set us up for our opening games today.
Even Catface, Emily, are now going under the name Empire, under their new organization. I think Empire Catface is what we are going to be calling them. It's especially how much GC has grown since you were competing, Emily, with all these new organizations coming. It is really, really heartening to see.
Yeah, no, it's really refreshing to see a team like MEOW or Empire make it into main event, because if you look at the roster, it's like a veteran roster. Like, they're all OG players that I remember seeing in like the first iterations of Game Changers.
And I mean, it's been, 4 years since like Game Changers kind of had its inception and its idea, and it's been such a pleasure to watch it get to this place. But we are talking about competition today. These teams are competing because even after stage 2, this main event, they are vying, for the Game Changers Championship in Seoul. And you get there via either an LCQ or winning this stage. So it's all kind of coming down to this moment, right? Like Chrissy, it is do or die right now.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you're looking at over the course of the year, how championship points come in and factor in, placing well over the course of the year, but you also have teams and rosters that are having to come in now and just perform to be able to end up qualifying, whether that's going to be by winning the whole thing here or going into an LCQ, which is also a new element of the format for the team. It just adds so much, I think, to the calendar.
Yeah, I think it just brings a lot more hype even going into champs, like having another kind of small tournament where you're putting a bunch of different, like, I guess, regions against each other outside of champs is really nice to see.
It's one of those things where I think, again, like I said before, I think a lot of people were asking for more opportunities and more experiences to be able to have to grow as players, which means we get better, stronger teams to represent us in the championship, and this is exactly what we wanted. But friends, today we want to focus on 2 teams. For now, we'll go to 2 other teams. For today, we're going to focus on 100 Thieves, GC, and Ghost Gaming. Now, these are kind of like the new orgs on the block, Christy. The orgs I kind of, like you were talking about, joined up and kind of helped reinvigorate the scene almost.
Yeah, and I think especially like 100 Thieves, just like getting such a big name like that to be able to come in, pick up Ozzy and friends, and now have just a really stacked roster all around. Obviously, you look at this and you think Jazzykins, what she was able to do back with Cloud9 back in the opening year of GC, but also Lydia returning to the stage, formerly Tupperware, playing with teams like Immortals back in the past, a Slandy for Misfits. Like, this is a team that has some of the most recognizable players in Game Changers outside of, you know, your classic Shopify folks.
No,
Yes,
I,
and no,
sorry.
after you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I completely agree, and I actually just wanted to specify or highlight the MEOW pickup too. Like, although we haven't seen MEOW's name as often as some of these other, like, I guess you could also call them veterans because they have been around for a long time. MEOW has been popping off, especially against some of these more well-known and high-rated teams.
And folks, we just showed you that roster, and that included Marceline, but today Misu will be subbing in for Marceline. So don't be surprised when that agent select comes up and Marceline is not there.
Is that the famed Misu from Misu's Cuties? It's gotta
the streets
be
are saying.
The Misu
The streets are
FPS?
saying. I'll talk to my sources because we've considered kind of if this is true or not. But this is a team, like you're talking about, kind of the Aussie and friends turned into 100 Thieves GC. Lydia tweeted when 100 Thieves announced this GC team, which I think shocked a lot of people, that, you know, she said, thank you for trusting me, thank you for trusting my vision. And I know this is, you know, Lydia has been such a proponent of GC for so long on that original DSG team, Emily, as well, with like, you know, the Kaides and the Sidions. Like, this is, Lydia especially has been such a proponent, like exactly what Game Changers is about.
Yeah, no, and I think just without her, like, kind of vouching to have 100 Thieves kind of take that risk and invest, or I don't want to call it a risk because I do think they're a good team. Like, I don't think there's that much of a risk there in seeing them succeed. I think it's just really refreshing that she was able to kind of revive GC in a way. Like, seeing that announcement, seeing a big org like that enter back into the scene did kind of revive things and kind of brought motivation back to a lot of these teams.
And another org that definitely revived things, and I think also was a very surprising and happy surprise signing, was Ghost Gaming picking up a GC team with some, and like, these folks came to, oh my god, Kitty, sorry, and Donkey.
Wait, insane pictures. This is awesome.
Wait, are those cats nails painted? Oh my
It looks
goodness,
like it. It
incredible.
looks- wow.
Incredible. Love this work. Well, here we
I
are.
don't know if I've ever met a cat disciplined enough for that.
I know, right? Isn't that incredible? But these are folks coming in to GC altogether, into Ghost Gaming, which I think was out of the Valorant scene for years at this point. You know, after they were not selected for the partner program, they dropped their, like, you know, this was in a proto Brock, now MVP world champion Brock and John Cutie roster, and they entered Christie with a re-entered, excuse me, with a GC roster.
Yeah, and I think this roster has played like pretty impressively, you know, back in stage 1, but also in stage 2, their actual Swiss qualifiers were, I don't want to say flawless because they do have some losses, but they're losing to a WADA, who's the second best team in Americas. We're losing to 100 Thieves as well, and the little chance for a rematch and revenge here for Ghost Gaming as well, because I think especially when you're one of the players that's playing under the banner of a Ghost Gaming or 100 Thieves, there is that added element of pressure to perform. When you know there's so many teams and players that the dream is to get picked up by one of these orgs, and now that you've got people like Edith, Miara, Katars, like in this position now, it's time to show up and prove why you got the pickup.
Yeah, and I believe Katars is actually a newish kind of pickup to Ghost, right? Watching them throughout Swiss, it kind of seemed like there was a new variation of the roster each week, whether they had to sub someone in, unfortunately, or whatever the case may be. So now that they're going into main event with a little bit more stability, I think they're just going to keep on thriving.
It's been such a pleasure to watch them grow, because they are one of the groups that, like, you can see tangible growth from them each time they play, whether it be in Swiss stage or main event. It is actually genuinely such a pleasure for them to watch. And Emily, you Christy brought this up, but I'm going to bring this to you. This is a rematch, or not a rematch of sorts. This is kind of a tiebreaker of sorts. There's a little bit of a history between these teams.
No, there definitely is. Back in GC1, when 100 Thieves was under Aussie and friends, they actually got eliminated by Ghost. And then going into Swiss event of stage 2, they ended up 100 Thieves ended up 2-0ing Ghost. So this rematch to be the first round of main event is actually really exciting, because you have, on one hand, 100 Thieves is trying to bring that same energy, bring that dominance, and then you have Ghost maybe saying like, oh, Swiss was just a fluke, and they're going to try and prove that today.
Yeah, and these games were like close as well. Like they had an overtime corrode map, and that's even with players like Jazzykins and MEOW absolutely dominating in the server. It was kind of interesting to look at in a close 2-0. You just have like two pop-off players on the 100 Thieves sides that are really the players that push the team over the edge into getting the series win.
Well, folks, let's find out. We're going to go back to Corrode and see if we have another insane overtime Corrode, or if we're going somewhere differently. And actually, Ghost said no. Never mind. Ghost said no Corrode right away, Chrissy. But we will be going to Lotus, Ascent, and then Bind.
So, yeah, actually brand new map pool, because in that previous series in Swiss, it was Corrode and Haven as well. So we get to see a little bit of a different look for these teams this time around.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for these maps. I don't think I've seen like Lotus, for example, on the side of 100 Thieves in quite a while.
Yeah, they haven't played it under the 100 Thieves name, at least.
So a little debut on Lotus. Very excited to see what kind of comp they pull out, whether it's the double controller or maybe just a standard controller Senti.
Yeah, I think it does. Sorry to cut you off there, but it makes some sense for Ghost to want to go here on Lotus as well. This was a map they won in their series over Hikikimori to actually end up qualifying, I believe, and making it into main event. So they have some confidence on the map for sure.
I mean, confidence is what we need going into this game, especially if you want to be like, oh, well, we're the better team. You know, we are the reason, we are the moment, especially when you have kind of this one-to-one moment. I believe they entered the main stage both 4 and 2. Christy, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. So they have this is their time to like kind of put up or shut up.
Yeah, this should be a very evenly matched game. I mean, obviously, like, you look at the standings, they're close. You look at the previous history, like Emily was talking about, it's going to be close. You even just look at, again, the pressure of being two teams under the banner of an org is also very, very close between the two squads. So I think this is the best game we could have seen to open up the main event, honestly.
And I agree. And I asked Jazzykins for comment, one of the players on 100 Thieves, and she said, with this rematch, I'm confident we're ready to stomp them. I think the stage that we're at as a team now will be unstoppable, especially we're boot camping now. And now our team chemistry is peak and our performance is the best I've ever seen. So, and this is in all caps, we're so ready.
See, that's exactly...
Emily, that is confidence coming in from Jazzykins.
No, that is exactly what I wanted to hear from them, honestly, going into this matchup. Like, they are bringing the same energy. They want to dominate, and I think, you know, hopefully for them, we're going to see that.
Yeah, I'm glad too. I forgot to mention it, but 100 Thieves are playing in the same building today. They've been boot camping at the 100 Thieves compound. They're playing the matches together as well, which I think is a major advantage. And it's one of the benefits of being able to work with an org. You see it with like Shopify Rebellion as well. They're always, you know, playing together and being able to work together. And even just like after a win or a loss, the ability to turn to your teammate, see their face, to be able to talk in person to them is such a massive buff for a squad to have.
Yeah, don't forget all the fist bumps too. Those go hard.
Fist bumps on land, fist bumps on land.
Pick me up. Come on now.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, there we go. There
Yay!
we go. See, it doesn't hit the same through the camera.
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's saying nice. Like, I mean, Emily, you're talking about this, like being in person. It's like there's the kind of the intangibles that we talk about with Valorant having this advantage, and like the mood and the mental that we say being in person can be, dare I say, game changing.
No, it's okay. It's actually unmatched though, because it's so much easier to keep the energy alive when you're all in the same room. Whereas online, you know, if someone starts to kind of slip mental wise, it's a lot harder to bring them back than when you can just be like, hey, like you can literally look at them, give them eye contact, and hype them back up.
I mean, Chrissy, I don't know if Teddy Tactics ever competed in person when you were coaching them.
No. We had like a few players that were able to like play on LAN together, but never the whole team. And it's honestly like, especially after a loss, the hardest thing is because you want to be able to get up and go away from the computer, but then you don't have someone that's there to like talk to you. And if you're in person, you just have that element that adds so much.
Well, folks, we are ready for Agent Select moving into our first map of Lotus. We were talking about it a little bit before here. We wanted to see what the comps would end up being moving into this map. I mean, Emily, I think you were kind of mostly curious about what you would see from the side of... Oh, hello. I mean, go for it, Emily.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really excited to see the double control in 100 Thieves. I think 100 Thieves, just as a team, they play a lot more proactive. And I'm also excited to see Jazzykins back on Duelist, because she has stepped into more of a flex role, which I was gonna like applaud her for, because she has played, I think, every role except controller. But it's refreshing to see her back on like her roots here.
Yeah, she was playing so much Sentinel, I think, earlier in the year as well with the team, and now can be a little bit of an entry agent for the team. I think, obviously, the Chamber is going to add a lot of spice, especially starting on defense. I want to see Melia, take more aggressive lines and see if we can get in front of the attack of Ghost Gaming, but it's not going to be easy because Ghost have a comp that is so good at catching you out of position, whether it's a Breach Stun, a Fada, Seize, a Deadlock Net. Like, there's so many different ways to try and push Melia off of these forward lines. I think that's going to be the key to this first half, is how good Ghost Gaming's utility can be at flushing out this chamber.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if 100 Thieves take a more aggressive approach as you normally would on Lotus, like fighting for that A main space, taking those early fights, or if they are going to have to play more back because of all that util coming in from Ghost.
Christy, I want to ask you about the Breach, because I think Breach is I mean, Alexis has talked about it. She's on a different agent, but Breach was like kind of nerfed into the ground.
For sure.
Do you think that what does that pick sound like or seem to you?
I still think the Breach is functional. It's not as strong as it used to be, especially when you're doing more proactive things with the stun. It's a bit easier to dodge. I think the majority of Breach's strength actually comes on the defensive side, where you have that basically global fault line where you can play more central on the map and, play off of contact from your teammates and hit either the A side or the C side, depending on where you're trying to fight. So that's where I think it comes online a little bit more, but you gotta put respect on the ultimate, and I think the ultimate combos Ghost have. They have a lot of great ways to break open a site.
Well, folks, we are ready to go. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back to Game Changers. And friends, I'm going to send it over to Shift and Ash. Friends, take it away.
Thanks so much, Desk. Appreciate it so much. I think that, you really hit it out of the head if you're Ender right there talking about the Breach, because, the way that I've at least kind of looked at it, and maybe the way that you frame it up is, when you're talking about the offensive side, yeah, Breach becomes very predictive. It is a little bit like, oh, all right, based on how the nerfs have gone, you know what you're going to expect once you start to see things like flashes and fault lines come through. But on the defensive side, I love the idea of kind of explaining Breach as more of a reactive character that could still find tons of value. So it's interesting because you've got the double Neon still in the mix, but a big difference in terms of mentality around the supporting cast that surrounds that Neon.
I think what's so important, though, on the side of Ghost Gaming and within that conversation about the Breach and then the fade that we're also seeing within their composition is the fact that with the double controller setup that we're seeing out of 100 Thieves, it gives a lot of opportunity to try and re-clear past a lot of those smokes, deny those lines of sights that toxic screen is trying to occlude over on the defense. And I think that you also look at the fact that 100 Thieves, they haven't played Lotus, not even under that Aussie and Friends banner. And so this is kind of like an out-of-pocket pick for them. They can take us by surprise, but I feel like with us seeing them start out on defense, knowing that Misu's also subbing in, she has so much experience under her belt, it tells you a bit of a story of like, okay, let's just kind of get our footing here, see what the tempo is going to look like on the side of Ghost first.
Yeah, that's a really good call. And, well, speaking of tempo, how about Ghost Gaming already making their way over towards C? And Misu's already handled both. So you want to talk about just stepping up as the action goes right their way? Absolutely the case. And the pistol's looking very comfortable right now for 100 Thieves. As, well, for Ghost Gaming, it is just down to trying to work through this 3v5 the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's going to be what the tough part in this situation here for Ghost Gaming, right? Trying to isolate some of these fights, but you can already see the discipline and the crossfires being set up here on the side of 100 Thieves. Not looking to give anything away here for free.
Jazzy able to get a read that there is a rotation over towards the front doors at B. Smoke does influence the angle, pushes it off, and maybe opens the door for Ghost to jump on in and try to force some sort of a spike plant, but really good off the trademark. Melia able to follow up for one before being traded. And how about Ghost still hanging around these smokes? Right clicks are starting to connect, but only for so long. It's Misu for 3 at 100 Thieves with the pistol.
Comfortable start here for the likes of 100 Thieves. And I think, again, going back to that conversation about Misu, you really couldn't ask for a better sub to come in. And so much of that also lends to the flexibility that Emily was talking about on the desk there for Jazzykins. The fact that they have a player that can so easily slot back into that duelist role with Marceline having to step out. And with the wealth of experience that Misu has had on rosters like Disguised, like YFPX. And for her, she's also been playing for a couple years now as well, and has definitely proven her depth in.
All right, whoa, saucy start for Melia. Had to deal with Aerial on the backside, but then also being able to snap over for the second shot to Edith. Once again has Ghost Gaming in a very early 3v5.
And this is something that I think we're going to have to see how Ghost Gaming manage with once the guns come into play, right? When they're running that chamber comp here on the side of 100 Thieves, you're expecting MEOW to get a little bit more aggressive, try to go for those deeper lines, especially with the changes to that trademark. Avery's going to try and chase one down. Don't know if it's going to pan out. Two waiting around the corner.
And already the C side of the map taken away by 100 Thieves. So again, just closeting up this Ghost Gaming 3v5, forcing them into some dangerous ground. But keep your eye on Avery, kind of sneaking behind the defense through B. And may try to force out some sort of rotation, but Lydia, way too privy to what was happening, shuts down the flank, and now Ghost Gaming are just trying to salvage anything here in this round.
Should be an easy plant denial and clean up here for MEOW, right? A flawless round on the side of 100 Thieves. And this is now where we start to beg the question of Ghost. We have rifles coming into play. They'll have the full loadout as far as that utility goes as well. What is going to be that game plan? Because we were looking at Edith trying to make some of that movement distraction on the Neon there over at Mound, but still not able to find that success in finding those trades up against the Outlaw.
Yeah, really clean stuff. Just again, numbers advantage early. True bonus going to be in play here for 100 Thieves. Whereas for Ghost Gaming, yeah, you're able to get full Vandals and full armor. So an opportunity to fight as we get a dissection over towards the front side at A. 100 Thieves just really happy to take the fights early, but just over the top of all of the utility, it is MEOW able to find first blood, and now forcing MEOW to step up and see what they can find as the door towards tree closes.
Taking a little bit of a breather here as well. Ghost Gaming aware of the fact that they do have that flank open here too. No connection, unfortunately, on the side of MEOW, and it'll be that pivot over towards the B site here for Ghost.
Airy spam from Slandy. Not quite able to connect with too much, so Lydia will be the defender that has to step up and try to get something back here in this 4v5 retake opportunity. Long play from Aerial, watching the flank through pillars, while the rest of Ghost Gaming just stay planted on site. And yeah, 100 Thieves are going to wait for the utility to try to bust back into this site.
We do have a decent amount of util to work with here. Slandy has one Prowler left. C's available as well.
Here comes the triple walk down over the middle. Lydia already taking a lot of force, just a couple of spam taps from Avery connect. And honestly, time is running out to really give this a go for a retake here. You really don't even have Slandy in the picture at all, so Prowler and any of the utility from Fade not going to land. And yeah, Ghost Gaming just collapsed right before the retake can even get off the ground, and it's a flawless round in response for Ghost Gaming.
A solid start here on the side of Ghost. I think that you also look at 100 Thieves. They were trying to do some of the economical damage, not really going for that round win, but trying to whittle down that money. But a perfect response coming out of the side of Ghost Gaming to deny that kind of value. Operator online into the fourth round here now for MEOW, and this is where we've had that conversation of, okay, how are Ghosts going to set Edith up for that success when they're trying to go for these aggressive pushes, especially with the fact that you're anticipating this op to be online here as well. A little bit more support on the side of 100 Thieves with how closely they're playing together.
Well, similar break off here for the offense, trying to take control of A as fast as humanly possible. The other big monkey right here is this Odin over at Tree. These walls like paper mache, but smoke plus the paranoia allows Ghost to find entry and another first blood. And honestly speaking, if you're 100 Thieves, this is a really tall ask to try to even contest this in any form. They're going to get Jazzy down over towards drop, but that's enough for MEOW to find now a 5v3 with a trade-off.
Yeah, unless you find some sort of pick early, this is a round where I'm looking for these players to honestly save the weapons that they have in hands here, and MEOW's not even going to be able to recover that operator on the side of 100 Thieves. So a change in tempo once we got those rifles online here, right? Working well to push MEOW off of these sight lines with the sniper rifle. What I'm looking from 100 Thieves is if they are looking to set her up a little bit deeper on some of those lines, would be a little bit of that support. You want someone to be able to shoot out that hunt. Yes, there is that get out of jail free card with the TP back there as well for certain, but they're just not finding that comfort in contesting, and with how Ghosts like to really pump the gas on the attack there as well, they've been doing a great job of isolating and putting these 100 Thieves players on an island.
Yeah, I mean, it's early days right now, but you're absolutely right. Like Ghost Gaming, even after facing resistance in their first two rounds where they're trying to play with aggression, you know, really it was you know, Misu, who did a lot of the mitigation of that opening aggression in round 1 and round 2, but Ghost Gaming not staying away from their playbook. I think you really saw that in round 3, where Jazzy's trying to play forward for 100 Thieves. You've got the cross section of fast lanes, and Ghost Gaming are still able to kind of out-util that front A position for first blood in 2 consecutive rounds. Save coming up here for 100 Thieves. It will be a hero rifle for Misu. Opportunity to try to flex something, as it looks like 100 Thieves are going to stack the front doors at B, and also see if the Headhunter can provide its namesake over at C Mound. But yeah, Ghost Gaming aware that, okay, let's not fall into any traps. Let's let this all settle down and just play with their weapon advantage.
Yeah, they're expecting some sort of aggression to come out from the defenders, right? You even saw Melia trying to bait out a little bit of that info, some re-clearing utility. The Prowler does come through. Should be still up.
Now rendezvousing back. Offense still taking their time, soaking up the alt orb at C. Does get them closer to a couple of key ultimates as we get deeper into this first half, and more particularly as 100 Thieves will be close to a Ford. I think just on top of that, you're also looking at Melia just one away from the tour de force, which could be an influence point for round number 6, and Ghost Gaming will set themselves up. Here comes the predictability if that fault line does come out. Smoke, Prowler, fault line, fast line, free entry to C, and 100 Thieves are just going to run back over to A.
Yeah, just not aware yet that the hit is there, but with the amount of time that's passed by, it's going to be the whole crowd looking to make that rotation together, play that advantage in numbers at the very least. But on the side of Ghost Gaming, this is a squad where they are not going to allow those ones to be given away so easily.
No, especially with the barrier mesh holding off Waterfall. This will be lambs to the slaughter if 100 Thieves try to actually force their way back in for a retake, and you can see by Misu backing away, and the other 4 just kind of standing on this tight gravel position. Likely not going to be much in terms of trying to actually contest for this. Maybe find a kill or 2, or just sacrifice your life to the spike. There's that final fault line, and 100 Thieves will sit here and see if they can catch an exit or 2, which Edith is in a little bit of danger potentially, but is able to sprint away. 100 Thieves will fall to the spike, except for Misu, and we'll get a 3-2 tally.
Yeah, just saving the Phantom that she had invested in earlier in the round. And now this is where we're looking for that adjustment on the side of 100 Thieves. I think the idea of some of that aggression has been good, but again, that re-clear utility has been so strong coming out from Ghost Gaming. And in rounds where they're expecting, you know, that Outlaw, that operator to potentially be online, not going to be a worry here, unless they go Glass Cannon on the side of Melia, where it looked like maybe that was a consideration for just a moment.
It seemed it. But with the tour de force coming up next, they're just going to hold off, play it with rifles. Odin is in hand for Slandy, playing this time over towards the small door, as possible paranoia contact defense could be the idea here for 100 Thieves with this little bit of surround. But Jazzy's shoulder gets seen, and the Odin on the cross shut down as well. Nisu provides at least 2 in return, leaving Lydia to try to fight for her own life. And that will work out nicely to get us back to a 2v2, but Lydia's still in some danger here as Miara tries to break down the site, and Avery makes their way on too.
It's a great reposition at the very least. Might get one. Sees just the barrel in the lineup nearly there. Miara manages to sneak back into tree. Opportunity to open the door. Lots of time to play here with Shift.
So the idea is kill a little bit of noise, see if you can find some contact, and ooh, Miara gets just a little bit of intel off the cape of Lydia's Oven. It does not make a difference. Shot lands, 100 Thieves respond, and we're tied at 3.
It's a huge round coming out from Lydia and Misu, though. It starts off with Ghost finding an advantage of a 5v3. Misu somehow manages to get those trades over in A short with Lydia to clean up the rest of the round. Tying things up like you were saying here, and I like the adjustments I think coming out from both these squads. Cleaner trades coming out on the side of 100 Thieves into that round.
Let's go.
And then for Ghost Gaming, again, we see them often moving as that pack because they're trying to take advantage of that utility they have.
Oh, has Melia been seen on this crossover? Not the case. Clean opening shot shuts down Edith, and once more with the Viper's Pit in play. The brakes have to be hit here for Ghost Gaming after the first blood comes through. And I will say, Misu has been unbelievable so far through these first 6 1/4 rounds.
Yeah, she has had incredible impact for her team. The second Prowler now being drawn out. And on top of that, you also have that trademark still watching. And you know it's going to be that pivot over towards that B site. The pit was perfect bait. Not going to be actually... Oh, are they moving into B? Won't be the case. Still hovering outside of C here on the side of Ghost.
Well, see if MEOW will be called to action. Jazz will be playing on the Crossfire setup. And with no Edith, this means that this will once more have to be something like potentially a Rolling Thunder or just a little bit of smoke and fault line play just to try to get entryway in towards the site, but they don't check the corners. Teleport comes through. MEOW doesn't like the look of it, so teleports away themselves, leaving Jazzy to try to see if they can follow up. Avery pushing forward, able to scale deeper in towards B, and how about this? An opportunity to play this post plant through small. Well, 1v1 between the Omens could determine the outcome of this round. Avery thinking about it. Lydia executing on some patience, waiting for the rest of the defense to make their way through, and Lydia's able to find one. Step away, paranoid to keep their lives, and now a huge advantage to the 100 Thieves retake.
They're aware both players are stuck over towards A-Link here as well. Rolling Thunder invested into this round by Kataris.
Whoa, and Kataris follows up beautifully, but MEOW able to get the response to the 1v1 off the reload. Avery backing away. Time becoming an issue for the defuse. MEOW gonna try to hop on it. There's the teleport, at least to fake the sound cue. MEOW not gonna be baited. Gonna try to hold on to it. Follow up, and Avery clutches the round. What a call for Kataris to drop in the Rolling Thunder, and they survive through a 2v4 for a critical round win.
Gorgeous utility being invested there by Ghost Gaming to turn the round on its head with how they were stuck into A-Link. You would have thought that was a round that 100 Thieves should have had in the bag. Now, left on the back foot and having to go for like a half-buy eco situation on the side of the defenders here. We do have that Tool de Force available in the hands of MEOW. But again, it's going to be consistently a lot of these like 4-1 splits. Knowing that that operator can be such a threat. Ensuring that they're going to have that utility to re-clear it through. Maybe we're expecting it over at this C site, but all of that A control now in the hands of 100 Thieves.
At least for now. And you're going to trust the stinger of Misu to try to get something down at the front door of C. Nightfall comes through. No risk, no reward type situation, and the aftershock will find the kill. Now the rotation back through mid door, and 100 Thieves are going to find a couple on the backside of display. That's a spike down, and Jazz able to follow up for one more. Edith feeling the pressure, knowing that they've got an advantage on site themselves, and will try to bait the sound cue out just a touch for the plant, but instead, Ghost Gaming thinking about bailing and re-rotating.
No, they don't want to allow these guns to be picked up just for free on the side of Ghost Gaming, right? Going to maintain this bend control and with the deep information towards CT as well, expecting everybody on the flank.
Well, Edith also has the overdrive. Smokes will come back through on both sides. Opening shots clean. No follow-up here, at least not initially. And what are we looking at? Are there comms on? Edith gets one for free. Turning, trying to deal with Lydia. Not going to happen. Oh! Pistol shot lands. Oh, my goodness. Fireworks here early. 100 Thieves respond with what might not be classified as an eco-thrifty round, but give them the benefit of it anyways as the Red Bull clutch comes through for Lydia.
An insane round on the side of 100 Thieves. You have to remember, for the most part, they had Sheriffs and Classics going into that one, and it was a great fast flood trying to pinch from that B door. It was nearly in the hands of Ghost Gaming, though. This is going right down to the wire shift. Both these teams well and evenly matched here, round for round, and coming down to so many heroic moments here as well from these players.
It's been expect the unexpected in these last couple of rounds in particular, as we're going to get another full purchase round coming through. Ultimates to keep an eye on, mostly looking at the annihilation from the offensive side. Misu playing up top on ropes at A. Different setup in terms of how they have the Odin position, because right now Slandius is over towards B. So this is a very free initial look at A for Ghost Gaming, but how do you clear up top side of ropes? That's going to be the big question here for Ghost.
Worst case scenario, there is the annihilation in the hands of Ariel if everything does go awry.
Gotta go.
Smoke will pause things for now. There's the Prowler. Good relay bolt to pause off the retake attempt. And Ghost Gaming will get a read that, yep, a lot of this defensive force is over towards the top side of A, so they'll back up over towards Tree. Here comes the overdrive for Jazz. Entryway by way of the Haunt. Chipping away at a couple of defenders on this post plant, but runs out of steam. Slandy follows up, though. It's 2 for 1. 100 Thieves to the advantage. Now down to a 3v3. Time becoming an issue. Jazz gonna hop on to try to get this defuse started. Who's gonna challenge this? Misu says absolutely nobody, and Jazz can hold to get the sneak defuse right under the nose of Ghost Gaming's post plant.
That just gets so awkward with the front sight positioning. You have players playing for A main there as well, all while the spike is tucked in and planted solely for Tree. An incredible flood in on the retake, but off the back of great responsive utility that you pointed out there. A shift over towards Heaven on A. You had that relay bolt off the back of the Prowler that had come through to try and deny that push past the one-way.
I'm too far.
It's actually insane how close these rounds are, how chaotic they're getting as well.
Well, even with that round win, 100 Thieves will be on less purchase than Ghost Gaming with that cleanup that happened post-defuse. And Ghost Gaming are understanding, I think, that they had a round in front of them right there for free. So an opportunity to try to re-hit this A site in back-to-back rounds. Fault line will clear off part of the backside of the site. Misu an opportunity to try to find an opener, but not able to connect, and will go to a 5v5 post plant.
Same positioning as we saw last time, out of Edith over towards top site. This time the support of the Paranoia from Avery available here as well. Fault line waiting, but it's a crunch this time around.
Edith trying to get deeper into sight, doesn't see the player in the backside, but still a 1-for-1 exchange. Defense making this long push over through the backside at A, now finding some success to get back onto site. Miara not able to hear too much. Jazzy trying to hop back on again for a sneak defuse. Not gonna happen this time. Any more heroics for 100 Thieves? 2v3 situation, numbers with Thieves as Jazz is able to get this to halfway. Avery, Guitarist trying to follow up. The shots are clean though when Misu is able to find both. Enough time for Slandy to get the defuse, and 100 Thieves pull off another miracle.
The super sub has had so much impact on the side of 100 Thieves. These retakes have been so beautiful out of them as well. I have really enjoyed the ideas that Ghost Gaming are putting into the server, right? Going a little bit more aggressively for that top site control, but then it feels like at times, I guess in the midst of chaos, they get a little bit tunnel visioned with that initial goal and kind of forgetting the fact that, okay, if we take top site, that becomes really awkward for us if they start flooding in towards front site, especially where that spike is planted, and it becomes really uncomfortable to try and deny that defuse.
Well, Ghost Gaming not electing for a timeout here, and I don't necessarily blame them because in all it's really forms of these approaches, it's been good. It's just been a couple of the gunfights just haven't gone their way. And I think in particular that opening shot from Melia in the last round, like you mentioned, kind of keeps that long flank from the defense incognito. Misu once again stepping forward, in some trouble this time, but Oriste, oh my goodness gracious.
She's a
trade is there, but Misu is literally not losing ones.
Like, she's getting hers every single time.
Spike planted.
Spike does go down. Annihilation still being held down too. Avery in some significant trouble, concussed, blinded, absolutely muted as Jazz finds one, but does get roped into the cocoon. Is there a follow-up? A couple of shots will come through. Can they free Jazz? They do! So maybe an opportunity to use that to move the aim on over, but Ariel's able to find a double. Avery down low, tough gunfight, followed up by Miara for the trade to the 1v1. Lydia versus Miara has the conditioning come through with these toggles on the spike. One tag from Miara through the box. Now being held, and Miara will check to make sure it doesn't get to halfway, and Ghost Gaming break up what had been a slew of rounds for 100 Thieves.
Round in the half.
These rounds have genuinely been so short because Ghost Gaming have been doing a great job of trying to abuse that A site, knowing that 100 Thieves much prefer to play that retake, but then there's always so much utility for 100 Thieves to reinvest into that round with how they're happy to give that space up for free. A full pivot this time around coming out from Ghost, shifting back over towards these C site hits that we saw earlier in this half from this squad. And for 100 Thieves, they're going for this aggressive approach, right? It's another kind of gimme round where you've got a couple players on some low-buy weapons. Misu trying to hold down the fort here, alone towards the C site, stinger in hand. One molly available to try and delay a little bit further while the rest of the team gets this rotation over.
I mean, this is just the power of what we've seen, though, and how these first 12 rounds have gone. 100 Thieves have shown aggression with full weapons. They also showed it on their bonus, so they're no strangers to still playing into these rounds with some speed, regardless of their arsenal. So some considerations here for Ghost. This is something that's unique, though. Surely if you're Ghost Gaming, though, you predict this and have to throw some utility to make sure you can get through this choke point safely, but instead they go for just kind of a raw peek. Relay Bolt will pull this back and give an opportunity for some of the defense to rotate over if they choose to, but all things told, right now it is Jazz by themselves.
Getting revealed by that Haunt, fully forced to fall back off of site now and play that full retake. Nightfall invested just in case you stick around towards backside.
Amelia will reveal themselves, but can rendezvous back up top to safety. Ghost now finally getting the spike on play, and Edith is able to make their way over through ropes to find first blood. Slandy, though, down low, able to find some contest. A little bit of spam also landing, softening up this post-plant defense with Miara. Edith are combining for the eliminations that they need. Just down to Lydia. 1v4. Otherwise, we exit the half 6-6. Barrier mesh broken, spam avoided, but time and opportunity is running out. There's the dark cover up and over, trying to isolate, but Kataris will deny and will end the half 6-6.
A great half coming out from both of these squads. I cannot wait to see how things are going to develop now that we're seeing them swap sides.
What a half. I mean, how do you recap this right now? If you're looking at this, Ash, give me your thoughts.
I think it's so hard because both these teams have thrown out like different ideas in a lot of the rounds that we saw. Like there was a little bit of that early conditioning with those C hits, but then once we went over towards A, there's a lot of that retake simulator coming out from 100 Thieves. I think now where it gets interesting is that we're expecting maybe a different look in the pistol round, because you're looking at Ghost Gaming getting like pretty aggressive here with like a lot of these combos here for Rebel. But for the side of 100 Thieves with their composition, generally they're not going to be pumping the gas as hard as Ghost Gaming were on the attack.
Yeah, I hear that. I think there is something, again, just talking about this breach and using that as the focal point, that Ender was kind of saying at the end of the death segment there. You have the ability of still throwing out an early fault line and playing the aggression for Edith, but then afterwards, as you're waiting for that to recharge, how do you supply some delay into what 100 Thieves could potentially do? And maybe it is by trying to move up positions on the map, but Melia able to connect for one. Avery responds with one of their own, but not enough to deny 100 Thieves from having free vacancy on the C site.
Ghost Gaming are pretty close on their heels, though, with how fast this rotations come in, and you've still got Melia lurking all the way over at A. She's gonna have to rush on over, though, if that spike does get initiated.
Oh, here's another opportunity. Lydia just outside the dark cover, able to connect on Kataris, leaving Aerial by themselves, and this is the heads-up play. You've got Melia, who's taken the long route all the way to the backside of C, so why not just safely rotate over to the free A site,
30 seconds
get your plant, and hopefully catch Aerial off guard for a freebie.
She's heard that rotation, though, and with the way that it kind of snuck over towards B site, I wonder if Aerial is going to be aware of that positioning coming out from Melia. Yeah, the reclear coming in.
There's the 1v1 starting to unfold. Melia still trying to bait it out, and cheeky little peek. Able to find the elimination. 100 Thieves will take the second pistol here in map number 1 and set themselves up for maybe some more of that pop-off outlaw play we saw from the first half.
That's something that could work really well here on the attacking side of 100 Thieves as well, considering how Ghost have been playing this push and pull, especially over towards Rebel in the first round that we saw. A little bit of a different setup this time around, though. Kataris going to be the player over towards that C side, have the fault line to delay for the rotation coming in from the remainder of Ghost, but it's not going to be that aggression this time around. They're going to play turtled onto site, try and goad 100 Thieves into an execution.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those things that with classics, you can only do so much. So your playbook gets really, really thin from the defensive side, so just going to do the old-fashioned huddle up and stack mentality at A, see if they've guessed correctly to try to get some trades. Maybe overwhelmed with force of numbers, but all 500 Thieves members are here and walking their way pretty darn quickly up main. Does Miara find any timing on these peaks? I don't believe so, and woof, that is a lineup and a half. Plenty will finish where Jazz had started, but these are
Spike
decent
down.
in terms of just overall classic trades for Ghost.
Yeah, 2v3, not too bad. It's all about how long we can see Miara surviving on site for. It'll just be up to Kataris now in the 1v3 scenario,
Spike
trying to
planted.
do a little bit of this damage. Dink to come in, but not much more. An 8th round on the board here for 100 Thieves. They've managed to get both the pistol rounds, right? It set them up nicely, but Ghost have done such a good job also in that first half that we saw, clawing things back after they got a little bit of a feeling of how 100 Thieves are trying to play.
And honestly, you just go back to kind of that 3 rounds in a row that you see for 100 Thieves, in 8, 9 in particular. A lot of that just kind of came down to individual gunfight wins. I mean, flat out, if Ghost Gaming win 1 gunfight or just stop Misu from finding 2 or 3, the round looks completely different. So I think if you're looking at this from Ghost's perspective, you're feeling pretty confident in your ability to keep playing to what you know. Still have not seen a timeout from either side as Melia is able to connect with the early operator. I mean, that is as early as it gets, friends. And Melia has been so clutch so far on every single scope weapon that they've been able to purchase.
Now we're taking a little bit of a breather on the side of the attackers. Everybody looking to try and regroup while you've got Melia still holding down the 4 over on A just to see if any additional information will be revealed. Spots the head of Ariel there as well.
Teleport's ready.
So they know that they're not really expecting the deadlock setup over here on the C side.
Well, here comes the approach. Jazz will find entry, also deny the haunt. Aftershock slows things down. We are able to find 1 on the entry. The brilliant response to now make it a 4v4. Defense quickly trying to rotate over, but they're not going to get here in time. Miara surviving, though, is critical. 25 on the clock until they can get the refresh on the ability. So maybe a chance to just pause, use Waterfall as a repitch type position, but Melia shuts it down. Grabnet was on the way in, and now the Crossfires will win the site for 100 Thieves.
And a huge round win for 100 Thieves here as well, right? Having such like a comfortable bonus that they were heading into and really being able to stack up their economy for Ghost. The first time out that we're seeing being called in this map so far, and they're looking to make those adjustments. The defense hasn't been going their way. I think we saw the typical like breach comp gameplay in the first round over on the pistol with a lot of that aggression that was coming through, but since then they've had to sit back, right? But that was the round that they were expecting to win, to try and bring things back, try and tie things up a little bit earlier into the second half.
Yeah, I always kind of feel like if you lose the pistol in the follow-up, you're not really panicking in terms of your defensive setups and your mentalities, but with the pressure of 100 Thieves winning both pistols and anti-ecos, and now being in combination of a bonus, now you do start to panic a little bit because you're assuming that this is going to be a 10-6 tally with the weapons that are going to be purchased for 100 Thieves, whereas Ghost will largely just be on pistol upgrades at best. So you need to just kind of re-lock in like, all right, you kind of throw away the pistol and the follow-up a touch, but allowing 100 Thieves to get away with a bonus does cause some insecurity into what your game plan is. So this might just be a protocol check. Like, okay, let's just make sure we're doing this, that, and the other thing. Stretch them together. Bring this thing back level to neutral, and who knows? I mean, based on what we've seen, Game Changer Sheriffs have often been, well, more successful than maybe your regular Ratchets will go.
There's no denying that, that's for certain. But I'm curious to see what the game plan is going to be from the side of Ghost Gaming heading into this round with that eco. Looking for some of that early information outside of C, taking that mound control early, and it's been a little bit of a flip-flop. Melia actually holding down the fort over on the left side of this map as opposed to towards A this time around. And again, that pause, right? Expecting some more of that aggression on the anti-eco, a little bit more of a gimmick play. Both Prowlers already invested, though, on the side of 100 Thieves. And now a little bait TP out for Avery while you've still got Edith crossed over to the right.
Well, similarly to Ghost's offense when they were a little limited in purchase, 100 Thieves, just making sure that they're not doing anything too crazy. Can we find a free first blood and then just run it down?
Oh,
Edith is in a 1-for-1 position. 1 would be fine. And it looks like you're right. 100 Thieves are stacking up and being very cautious of anyone who could potentially be sitting over C-Mount.
It's such a good read from 100 Thieves.
Oh, mercy. You don't see that too often. Edith not able to connect, and that means the floodgates have opened for 100 Thieves to get on C.
Yeah, definitely rare misses coming out from them, that's for certain. Is this play really hinging on the fact that that barrier or barrier mesh gets broken so late over towards A that Ghost imagined it was that hit over towards the A side, that rotation.
Trap destroyed.
Now Melia. Easy trade there. Lydia also able to connect on to Avery, so Ghost Gaming will see the opportunity of a thrifty pretty much fade away unless Miara is able to do something heroic, but does not look like they're in a position to really do too much, just kind of playing a couple of sound cues. And likely this will be a forfeit of the rest of the round, getting 100 Thieves to that anticipated 10th.
But this is not the round where we were looking to see something crazy off the back of that timeout, right? It's the one that's coming up. This one was just for Ghost to see if they were able to do anything with the round, and they don't manage to get it done, so double digits on the side of 100 Thieves. But this is where we're really anticipating the major changes to come through. Operator into the hands of Edith now. Looks like they will be playing over towards that C side here as well. Let's see what the support is going to look like, with Lydia mainly being the one to be by their side. So you can expect, you know, the paranoia to come out as in a response to try and help Edith reposition if they are met with some of that pushback.
Yeah. Critical round though here for Ghost Gaming. Not a must win at the moment, but it's going to feel pretty crucial to try to lock this up and swing some of the momentum, especially the economical status of 100 Thieves around. So no aggression like you call, and I think this is the right idea for Ghost. Let's play a little bit more reactive, use our utility late, kind of like what 100 Thieves did to us.
Yeah, they did invest a lot into like re-clearing just information and space. For 100 Thieves, they do well to also play pretty quietly onto this default, trying to draw some of that util out from Ghost Gaming, so they can't all be dumped as they try to go for an execution.
The Prowler forces a smoke and the barrier mesh that's going to isolate Aerial away from this play, but looks like it's coming over at B. Jazz able to find one on that slide back through, but Ghost Gaming's defense holding strong, at least for now. Still an opportunity, though, for 100 Thieves to stay planted on the B site. And the follow-up elimination gets us to a 3v3. Operators are in hand for both squads at the moment, but Ghosts are going to be a little bit bamboozled by this rotation. It's just going to be down to, can you work through either tree or this barrier mesh to get on site with still sensors in play, and Aerial's able to use one of those to get a one follow-up elimination.
Plan to go down here for main as well, with the op sneaking through over towards stairs. We still have a flank incoming, though. Edith's position might just be there in time to catch Melia out, tucked in a corner, won't be spotted quite yet.
Well, this is all about hoping you get a sound cue on some sort of a drop down from ropes for this post plant.
Timing here.
Melia looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Avery got put on Reddit. Aerial's able to at least find the response, but Lydia now knows where this 1v2 is going to be coming from. Dancing, bouncing is Edith. Bodyguard is Aerial. First shots, not quite able to land, and Ghost Gaming survive and get themselves a crucial 7th round.
A great double swing coming in there to put that round into the bed, but a big portion of that comes down to Edith on that flank, being able to make that noise with the relay bolt, having that opportunity for the rest of Ghost Gaming to try and collapse onto stairs. Sure, an insane shot still comes out from Melia to connect with Avery there, but the cleanup to find that advantage was everything that they needed to close the round out.
Woof. For a moment there, you saw some daylight. But as mentioned, Ghost Gaming really needed that 7th round, and they do convert it, but it comes with some punish. Operator still in hand, 2 shotguns will make its way to the arsenal, and there we go, Edith. Able to connect just over the top of the mound onto Jazz. And an early 5v4 starts to develop here for the defense.
Already do have some of that rebel control contested here by Melia as well. Walking up to gain a little bit more of that space, and they're not aware that Edith has not repositioned towards A with the operator in hand.
Well, spam for spam through the dark cover. Melia just through the small door away from Kataris, who has a Vandal in hand. So Ghost Gaming are in the right spots if this ends up being some sort of a kind of methodical development of an A hit. I mean, there's really not an opportunity to rotate unless you go through Katar's position.
Main person I've got to have my eyes on right now is what Misu's going to be able to do with this B main positioning to try and salvage this round, considering the 4-player stack here on A.
Face your fear!
Now Nightfall comes through, Edith able to connect for one. Kataris holding strong at small. Misu follows for at least the initial trade, but not much more beyond that. And Ghost Gaming very comfortable, even considering the weaponry in the round 18 position. And now 3 upgrades into weapons has us looking at the eco completely switching sides.
And a timeout to be called in response by the side of 100 Thieves, not looking to allow Ghost Gaming to chain any more rounds together. I feel like in that round we saw how tough it is for 100 Thieves to try and make that space when Jazzykins does get taken down early on. With her ability to be that hard dive for the team, it's so much harder to break up a lot of those traps, catch them off guard with that tempo, and they're forced to slow things down when their tip of the spear isn't online. But again, we have anticipated that slower play, but I feel like you hit the nail on the head earlier, Shift. We're seeing a lot more reactive play coming out of Ghost Gaming as opposed to being a little over proactive with their utility. So they do have those tools when it comes down to the actual firefights.
So I guess the question now, as we've gotten a little bit of a, remittance on what Ghost Gaming have needed to do, and they've been able to supply the answer. How do you go off this timeout if you're 100 Thieves? Again, they were able to afford in this next round. You've got things like Overdrive, the Tour de Force, which should be pulled out here from Elia, plus also a Viper's Pit. But the issue has been success on gaining ground inside the site. So where's your head look to, or what agents do you look to try to step up and find more creative success for 100 Thieves on these openings?
I think what's a little difficult here is that in the kits of 100 Thieves, you don't really have an agent that deals with the deadlock utility really easily, where you can break up those sound sensors. And then maybe a little bit too much respect being given to the barrier mesh. I feel like it dropping so much later into the round just provides so much passive information to the side of Ghost Gaming. So once that does get thrown down, we're hopefully going to see this being broken up immediately by Lydia, just to add that additional pressure here towards the seaside.
I like that. Try to stretch the defense a touch. The problem is, look at Ghost Gaming's forward position here at A. Sue, opportunity to try to isolate, but does not expect that 2 were there. So another first blood, a little monkey wrench, curveball thrown out by Ghost Gaming. Fast lane out, Prowler in the middle of it. Yara trying to step up to stop this play, but the overdrive is still going to be committed to either way. Defense responding with the Rolling Thunder, and why not? Perfect. Now a 5v3, and 100 Thieves are stuck outside of C.
Mid-side smoke does provide a little bit of that cover and opportunity for Ghost Gaming to flood back onto the C site here as well.
Lydia able to find one. Any more heroics? Yeah, the Tour de Force connects. Hold your horses. 3v3. Kataris only with flashes for now. But who follows up off of that? You're not going to send in the deadlock. So one blind goes out. A second trying to be queued up as Slandy's working on the plant. Melia watching towards Mount. Fast lane out. Edith going quick with an overdrive of their own. Finds the first. Snaps to get the second. But Melia hits, but not enough to reset to find more. Beautiful play from Edith, and Ghost Gaming have brought us back to within 1 and completely, essentially broken a lot of this economy for 100 Thieves.
The overdrive, such a huge piece of that. There's no way Edith is able to get those 2 picks in bend, like doing a full 180, unless it's on that neon ult for the accuracy while you're moving. I think it's been a great resurgence into the second half here out of Ghost Gaming, especially off the back of 100 Thieves timeout, where you're seeing a couple adjustments going into their game plan as well, trying to draw out some of that defender-sided utility a little earlier into the round and sell a couple of those kind of like rotation / like fake plays there as well. But now this time, seeing all 5 players here grouped outside of A.
Oh, and it's just peak for peak. Edith in the proper position. Gets the free first blood again. And now the first bloods are starting to really determine the outcome of these rounds here in the second half.
Just taking a beat now. Again, the slower defaults has been the expectation of 100 Thieves, but I also feel like we haven't seen them use the lurk ability of the double controller as much.
There.
There's been a lot of information given with the utility that we do see thrown down. Maybe opportunity to cut some noise, but added pressure with the door opening here for Tree.
Relay bolt drops in, but Kataris is not affected by it, but Lydia saves a life. So now Force on towards the A site. Ghost Gaming with Avery already committed into drop. Gonna have to try to save their lives on the way back. Nightfall gonna come through the Viper's pit, but doesn't actually allow an opportunity to break down this coast plant because everyone's already exited back over towards Tree. Not a bad idea to try to at least spam some of that location out, but all things told, the offense still comfortable, but the commitment is already in here for Ghost. Annihilation blindly come through. It does connect onto Slandy. Lydia off this little mini pinch through mid. Will work out to find another. Sacrificing the life of Slandy. Will be 100 Thieves, and the spam's gonna work out. Now it's just down with these Odins. Can you just spam through the rest of this Viper's pit? Lydia, Misu still trying to hang. VR's able to spam out another. Just down to Lydia. Not quite able to find the lineup, and Ghost Gaming get us levelly tied at 10.
It's been such good retakes coming out from Ghost Gaming. The responses when it comes down to a lot of these fights that are coming out here as well, very similar to what we saw out of 100 Thieves in the first half when they were on defense. A lot of those fast floods, the early fights, not allowing the planters to get comfortable into that post-plant positioning and trying to contest that space early, making it uncomfortable. Now it's up to 100 Thieves to figure out that success into the post plants as well. I think what's difficult is with how quick Ghosts are to rotate there too. It doesn't leave a lot of opportunities to go for a deeper line into one of the chokes where you're expecting the defenders to push back in from. But I did like that initial showing of presence, very similar to what we were seeing in the last round outside of A, before they took a moment to cut noise just for a beat before shifting that tempo back into high gear.
Well, the tempo this round, at least through the perspective of Ghost, will be pretty null, pretty stationary with an op and 2 Odins in the mix. But the, again, ability just to spam through some of this smoke and Viper utility becomes extremely dangerous for 100 Thieves. So hearing that Odin, they're going to back away and try to feel out what's going on at C, where Edith is playing the same angle that she had done prior. And there could be contact here. Just comes down to, do they smoke this off? Will Ariel be in a position to try to save this? Denies the first, and okay, everyone stays alive with 35 in the clock.
Barrier mesh up, 30 seconds left. It's going to be this quick pivot towards the B site, which is perfect for Misu's positioning outside of A. I don't know if that broken door has been dealt with quite yet, but there could be an opportunity to wrap around stairs if not.
Well, Spike gets down safely. The Odin spam not going to really do too much to this setup. And I think you're just about to ask this, Ash. How do you break back into this from the defense with 2 Odins and an operator? It's going to have to be a hero shot, but no. Instead, it's Jazz to shut down the opening. Follow-up spam, at least starting to connect in some regard. Katara's able to get back onto site. 100 Thieves, how do you try to stop potential defuse? You rendezvous back away from it, but stepping up is Katara's for another. Ghost Gaming now on the site, but the time starts to benefit towards 100 Thieves. Just down to Lydia for the 1v2. Ariel already sticking. Tries to teleport on in, and it goes right into the waiting arms of Avery. Ghost Gaming continue to put them together round by round and now have the lead.
Such a good flood coming in. I did like the idea of maintaining that A-link space there on the side of 100 Thieves, but what I would have really loved to see was someone taking that timing through stairs, trying to pinch back in through upper on that B side, because when everyone is funneled into such a small space, when you've got abilities like the paranoia, like the fault line up, it becomes so awkward to try and contest that defuse, especially when the controller is online and you can smoke off that diffuser as well. But second timeout to now be invested by 100 Thieves. The first one used during round 19. They haven't been able to break up the chain of rounds that Ghost Gaming have been able to garner yet.
What a bounce back. And you go back to round 15, the bonus round. 100 Thieves, pretty darn clean in the third round of this half. And you start to really panic for Ghost. You look at round 17, that was when it was 10-6. It gets to 10-7, a crucial round for Ghost. But since then, it really has been absolute domination. I mean, I say that, and I actually kind of cringe at myself a little bit. I mean, really, it's been just a lot of key gunfight wins for Ghost. I mean, this has got instant classic written all over it to get us kicked off here. But if you're 100 Thieves, it's just, I feel like these rounds that you've seen the last couple are really stressful and, you know, really anxiety inducing, because it's just like, I feel like we're doing all the right stuff. We're just losing out on a couple of the gunfights within the utility that's being used for Ghost.
It's definitely tough in that regard.
Where are you?
A lot of the firefights have absolutely been going their way. I think the spacing has been really good there as well. But again, a revisit towards this A side. 3 rounds in a row now that we've seen that coming out from 100 Thieves. The least amount of presence that we've seen. It's a full retake setup here on the side of Ghost Gaming. Edith having to get out of dodge with the operator online, dropping down over towards drop here as well.
Oh, they line up for the collateral. I was about to say, this is kind of a bait from 100 Thieves. Not fully committing off the Nightfall, seeing if they can pull off Ghost Gaming's defensive utility, which has been such a nuisance to them, but instead, it's just down to an op collat, and the Odins doing what the Odins do best. Oh, another frustrating one there from 100 Thieves, as Edith will connect for 3 in total, give them the benefit of also getting the defuse as Ghost Gaming get to their map pick.
And we can see why this is Ghost Gaming's map pick, right? I think there were 2 different storylines that we had when it came to Lotus heading into map number 1 of today's best of 3, and it was 100 Thieves having not touched this map before. Maybe they were going to pull something out crazy to catch Ghost Gaming off guard, which is definitely tough to do when you also have a sub coming in for the squad as well, right? Kind of shifting these roles around compared to what you're typically used to scrimming on their side versus a Ghost who, this is one of their best maps on Lotus, a map they've shown a lot on. They've also been so consistent, but we're seeing now that the reps that Ghost Gaming have had in official events has definitely added a little bit more of that depth, I think, to the approach here of Lotus on both sides.
Agreed. Wow. Some unlucky moments, some blessings through smoke spam, and then, of course, a little bit of icing starting to be put on the cake with that collateral. 100 Thieves just kind of throwing everything at this C site. The sensors, though, stalling it pretty considerably. Now you've got Ghost Gaming with the triple stack making their way through Waterfall.
Qatar is full util.
Yeah, it also includes a little bit of the Odin gameplay, but a little bit of a scale deep forced by Jazz does maybe provide an opportunity, but still these heavy weapons from Ghost Gaming continue to connect, and we've got ourselves a 3v3.
We do. I love the aggression over towards CT at the very least, taking a little bit more of that space and off angle to catch them off guard. And now it's down to 1. Edith, 1v3 here.
Thinking about it, and why not? Overdrive, and now a Vandal to work with. First shot's perfect. Now you've got the finger guns out. Zip, zap, zoom! Oh my goodness! Jazz gets completely blindsided by the aggressive push through and then the low health pool to get finished off. Edith will find a 1v3 Red Bull clutch for the map. Unbelievable stuff to get us kicked off today.
A 13-10 there for Ghost Gaming. This is a squad that's looking to get their revenge up against 100 Thieves after their loss against them. That 0-2 in the Swiss stage. It was an insane match to watch here, Shift. I felt like that was a round nobody would have expected Edith to pull it. Okay, I say that, but at the same time, it's also Edith. So like you kind of also have to anticipate the fact that they're able to do something like that. But it is absolutely crazy and honestly kind of devastating for that to be how 100 Thieves goes out in map number 1.
I think you could say that about a handful of rounds throughout the entirety of this map. The first half, a couple of the rounds where Ghost Gaming just cannot finish off a couple of gunfights. The last half, though, 100 Thieves not quite able to get over the finish line on some of those executes, and Ghost Gaming will be up 1-0. We'll head to break. When we come back, the desk to give us their thoughts. Don't go far. You're watching North American Valorant Game Changers.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's Go! Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Welcome back to Verizon and Game Changers North America Stage 2. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ender and Emily. And if you're just joining us, you just missed Ghost Gaming take their map pick of Lotus 13-10 with a lovely, Christy, 1v3 to end it all.
Yeah, just absolutely pristine work out of Edith on that final round. I think pretty consistently I was liking what I was seeing out of Edith, even on the attacking side, having some really nice entry movement to set up the rest of the team, and then of course that clutch at the end just to finish it off.
I mean, absolutely. It was such a pleasure to watch. And I think I saw you guys in chat getting very, very excited for Edith. But I mean, Emily, looking at that timeline, it was back and forth. We had a 6-6 half. 100 Thieves started gaining a little bit on Ghost. And then you see Ghost just, the comeback was real.
No, it really was. On the defense half for 100 Thieves, I thought they had really good adaptation and retakes. You know, we were talking about Ghost coming in with that comp that had heavy util, but 100 Thieves was like, okay, we won't take those early fights. Instead, we'll just push up your guys' weak side with our op or with our Odin or whatever the case may be in flank. And I thought, you know, that half would go a lot more than 6-6, a lot more towards 100 Thieves side, but unfortunately it did not. There was a few questionable thrifties, I believe, in there.
Yeah.
And then going into the second half, like we started off strong again with the third round op on MEOW, and it felt like they were getting those initial picks, but it felt like Ghost was getting the trades and more. And then all of a sudden, 100 Thieves kind of spread themselves thin on the defaults that they were trying to pull.
Yeah, it ended up being 7 rounds in a row from Ghost Gaming to eventually go on and win the map. And that's a 13-10 scoreline Ghost win where they also lose both pistols and that second half bonus like you're talking about. So I think that this actually makes me even more confident in Ghost Gaming heading forward in the series. The fact that they're able to win even from such a disadvantage early on in the halves. I think there was the first time out of the game was called by Ghost on round 16 right after they lost that bonus, and from there they lose 1 round and then win out.
I mean, yeah, talking about that timeout situation, I'm looking at my notes right now. Ghost took a timeout when it hit 9-6, and then 100 Thieves hit 10, and then it just kept going in Ghost's favor. Like, 100 Thieves did not get a single round, after that timeout was taking. And looking at these replays, I mean, Edith, Emily just popping off.
No, Edith was going insane, and I think a big part to their success is they stopped giving 100 Thieves those initial early picks, and they kept all their util for these strong retakes. Like, what can you do? How can you hold a site when, you know, you're just getting util dumped like that? Especially because 100 Thieves weren't really taking any extra space or any early fights into the post plant, just kind of allowing them to get util dumped.
Oh,
yes.
Round.
That
Tragic.
the Omen TP, we love the Odin use. Brock is somewhere smiling out there, and we're finding all of it. This was like the kind of the jack of all trades kind of game, and this was the 1v3 that we were just talking about at the end, Christy, for Edith to end it all.
Oh yeah. I mean, just really tough to track Edith there. You got to feel for the 100 Thieves players, but at the end of the day, that's Edith going plus 11 to close things out, and I think really heating up in that second half to try and run away with this opening game, which was Ghost Gaming's map pick, but I think that even then, I at least thought 100 Thieves were going to be able to take that after the start they got off to.
Let's be clear, Christy. I talked to Jazzykins, and she said we're ready to stomp them. Stomp was the word used. And when I hear stomp, I think like a clean 2-0 is like the goal there.
Yeah,
but
that's typical terminology for the stomp.
Yes, for the La Stomp. But here, I mean, this 13-10, I mean, guess you're a 100 Thieves fan coming in here. Your copium is that it was their map pick. They switched on to defense on the second side, Emily, and they're going to their map pick of Ascent next.
Yeah, I'm excited to see MEOW back on the duelist role that we're used to seeing them on. I believe they also run double duelist, so we will also be seeing a Jazzy duelist again. Oh no, sorry. They do not. They run double Senti. I am thinking of the Decider.
It's Ghost Gaming that have some experience. I mean, Ghost Gaming have played everything under the sun. They've run double Senti. They've run double Duelist. I think back in the day they were running like standard stuff as well. But 100 Thieves, it's been fairly consistent. Jazzykins on the Deadlock, which is pretty interesting. But I think even the last time we saw that played was a month ago. So there's definitely been time for 100 Thieves to change things if they want to, especially watching champs and maybe getting some inspiration.
Yes, I mean, Chrissy, dare I say, we just saw the Jazzy Neon, and I was saying in the green room afterwards that, like, I always think of Jazzy on that Raze, right? Like, kind of iconic Raze from Cloud9 White. And so do you think it's been about a month, do we think something shifts, or do we think we stick with what we know, kind of the more default, what we were used to playing on 100 Thieves?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see something change. I don't know if double Duelist is the answer for 100 Thieves. I've always been thinking, like, I'd like to see Jazzy play more Chamber on Ascent in particular, just from experience playing against her. Jazzykins is a very effective lurker on this map. Back when, like, she was playing versus us on Teddy with, like, Killjoy, and it was like she would just open up the B site on her own so consistently. So I think, like, in the way that a lot of teams were playing the chamber back during Champions, I think I would personally love to see Jazzy take some of those ideas into the server, because I know she is so good at that playstyle.
I feel like Ascent's the place to do it. It's kind of that default sort of map, Emily. It's kind of the place where you default as in there's like a way to play it and everyone plays it kind of the same way. If people can get creative, that can really throw people off, Emily. So we can see that chamber. We can see maybe something else coming into it. Any thoughts on the potential comps that we're going to see moving forward, Emily?
I mean, just to add on the chamber is basically a duelist, and it gives Jazzy that space and confidence to take those early fights, which I think could potentially be something that we see. But I do think they're going to kind of... I think 100 Thieves is kind of stick to what they know, whereas Ghost, we are kind of seeing a more solidified Ghost, right? Like, just the way that they were playing and then Team Chem in that first map, I expect that they're going to bring that to the second map, but with some sort of weird comp that just fits their style, not the generic Ascent comps that we're used to seeing, something that is just Ghost gaming.
That I love that you said that, because there's something like there's a certain, to borrow a French word, je ne sais quoi. Sorry, I just saw Watch Champions Paris.
Wow. Fluent.
Très bon. About Ghost Gaming with the agent comps that they pick moving forward. That is just so exciting and just so quintessentially them, that je ne sais quoi. But we are going into Agent Select now for the map of Ascent. Just a reminder that this is 100 Thieves pick. This is what they selected. They lost on Lotus, which was Ghost pick. And moving forward, we see Jazzy on that deadlock that you talked about, Christy.
Yep, so this is the exact comp they were running the last time versus FlyQuest Red. You know what? It was effective for them, so we can't have any complaints on that front. But at the same time, this is a newer look, even though it's the same thing for Ghost Gaming. Emily, they've only run this comp once in a non-GC event, so we have a lot to learn about them, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting mirror comps, but I am very excited to see how like these two different teams have different takes on it.
I mean, can I ask you guys something? If this is a place, the Yoru matchup we have here between Marceline, who I guess is stepping in with Misu, no longer playing for Marceline. So welcome back, Marceline, just to highlight that. But now we have a nice duelist matchup between Marceline and Edith. And Edith, Chrissy, was the player that just popped off on Lotus.
Exactly, yeah. I want to see a little bit more of that from Ghost Gaming, especially this is going to be a 2-0. I think that what Edith was able to do in the second half in particular, really starting to heat up, just carry that momentum, and it could be hard for 100 Thieves to make some headway here, especially on the attack side themselves.
Well, folks, Jazzykins told me that she expected this to be a stomp, but Ghost could take her words out of her mouth and stomp them back with a clean 2-0. It is up to them. Ash and Shift, please take it away.
Really, really fun. You guys break down the kind of history of what we've seen from Ghost Gaming in terms of compositions really, really nicely. And even though this reflects as a new composition, it's not all that unfamiliar. They've played it before, Ash. Maybe a little bit of difference on like who's on what and what maybe they're looking at, because flat out, over the course of the last couple of months, this has not been a great map for Ghost Gaming, and they are suffering from a little bit of identity crisis on it.
Yeah, I think that what's going to be interesting is that now this is the second time we're seeing this composition from them. Maybe they've worked through some like the kinks that maybe they're running into. To be fair, the last matchup that they had was a really long drawn out overtime on Ascent, but this is the map where I'm expecting 100 Thieves to look dominant on, to be honest. Like, Ascent is their best map right now throughout stage 2, and not only are they cooking on defense, they're in fact cooking more on the attack. Like, a 71% win rate of attacking rounds is crazy on Ascent, a map that is touted to be so defender-sided because of the small choke points that you have to break through, and also having dominant results up against teams like FlyQuest Red, like YFP. Those were stomps, like a 13-5, a 13-6. That tells you so much about the comfort from 100 Thieves, and this is, I think, the perfect map for them to bounce back off of such a close loss there on Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It will feel like a map had kind of just slipped through their fingers right there on the opener, but instant regain potential on a map like you mentioned, that's been their bread and butter. Avery going to step up, deny the spy camp, and also get a look that this is Melia, plus a couple extra. Great grab net coming through, but the decoy actually allows Avery a chance to reset. The counter reveal, unbelievable. So Avery's still alive and somewhat kicking, but 100 Thieves force their way on, find the elimination, and we'll get to work on the plan.
Spike planted.
The fact that Avery lived for that long is actually just insane in the first place. Ariel now to put a little bit of that pressure onto the flank. Interactions that we're going to expect to see out of Ariel, I think, for the remainder of this map. This crunch towards B main has been great.
Marceline able to tally their first elimination in this match. 100 Thieves still out trading on site. Taurus is low on health, but wait a second. Jazz nearly caught with the grab net out. We'll slow down this retake attempt quite considerably.
No escape.
Counter will come through. In the corner, Jazz, still gets one, and then Marceline saves a life, not traded, and 100 Thieves continue to dominate the pistols.
That is honestly kind of crazy. The fact that Jazzy manages to survive for that long, like a 3K for the deadlock, is insane work, but a great execution out of 100 Thieves. I think we saw the Izia from Ghost Gaming that walked down towards mid, but the scale up was so fast towards that B site, they weren't quite able to catch them by their coattails. Now, into the anti-eco, a bit more of a spread default approach on the side of 100 Thieves, trying to just check out to see where maybe some other aggression might come out from Ghost Gaming here on their eco round.
Kind of a similar story that we saw in map number 1. Post a pistol win. 100 Thieves just going to make sure nothing crazy is happening. And honestly, with classics, not much craziness could occur even if it wanted to. At least not off the get-go. Maybe an opportunity to do something with this heavy stack at B. Slandy just going to get to work scoping it out, but really only is able to witness that B main is open.
Yeah, I mean, for the rest of Ghost Gaming, they're trying to play as quietly as possible, not reveal any of that information. And 100 Thieves are just waiting to see if Ghost will give them anything right now. A lot of patience now for mid re-clear, especially after that walk down towards mid we saw during the pistol round. And a full shift over towards this A site. That wine positioning is going to be super important here for Kataris. You even have Lydia going late after the remainder of the team manages to take tree.
Yeah, that is just a sheriff, though, in hands for Lydia, so not much in terms of a weapon upgrade potentially there. Doesn't make a difference. Clean one tap from Lydia. And with smoke blocking off heaven, it'll really supplant any potential defensive retake to come through, as 100 Thieves will very comfortably be set up in the post plant that they want.
Yeah, we've seen both these teams are more than happy to just like allow the spike to run its time though on these eco rounds. Try and deny those alt orbs to the enemy and not allow them to scale up that ultimate economy as quickly.
Melia hunting. And the hunter becomes the hunted very quickly. We'll just back away. And we will likely not see much other, at least, conflict between teams in the rest of this round number 2. So 100 Thieves, again, kicking things off on a strong foot. As you mentioned, though, their offensive side has been exquisite. So, I won't say it's par for the course, but it is appreciated if you're a 100 Thieves fan.
Definitely is. Like, there's no going wrong with what side you start on. I think you see a lot of teams where they might struggle a lot on the attack, and then once they swap to defense, they can make like a comeback on ascent. It feels like that tends to be a lot of the storyline on this map is like that heavy defense side, but for 100 Thieves, it does not matter which side they start off on. 4-1 split this time around, leaning towards this A side. We saw that early control for Wine of a Kataris in that first round, or in that second round just now. Steps to be made, and the plan revealed in a sense. It's up to 100 Thieves.
Barrier deployed.
Early barrier going to be placed by Ghost. 100 Thieves just going to use the Aldrin to get over the top of it and see if they can pick apart a little bit of this defense. And they'll see no one's close, so we can deny it. They're going to force out maybe a grab net or two, as here comes a little bit of, again, initiation utility to see if they can force anything from Ghost. Not going to happen, and everything will reset with 1 at 5 on the clock.
Yeah, that's one shot dart expended there as well, coming out from Slandy. Not finding any purchase on the sound barrier, or on the sound sensors there from the deadlock. And all of this cat sound can be heard as well. Is Kataris going to take a peek through the smoke? Maybe a timing.
Thinking about it, and whoa, beautifully predicted Ash. Kataris will find 2. Marceline will trade it out, but damage dealt. And yeah, Melia from this position at B main really cannot do too much, and you don't really have any information inside of A. I mean, really, 100 Thieves are kind of paddling upstream here as they try to work their way onto either of these 2 sites.
Yeah, leaning towards A, knowing that with the deadlock down, the sound sensors won't be up, and unlikely to see that Cypher set up on this side here as well. Ghost Gaming currently split 2-2 across both sites.
Here comes the play. Lydia for the opener, cannot turn it into 2.
10
Marceline,
seconds left.
what do you have for us? Whoa! Nearly an opportunity for a freebie, but we'll work on the plan. Has to pop off of it, and Avery's there to meet the final 2. So no bonus this time for 100 Thieves. Ghosts get there first.
Keep yourself together.
Avery took a great timing there through the dart cover just by the skin of their teeth as well in that fight up against Marceline. and able to just like take the round for themselves. And this was all opened up by Katars going for that engagement towards mid, taking timing on the dark cover, trying to catch the players of 100 Thieves off guard and succeeding in doing so.
Well, now our full purchase round. Odin Operator already in hand for Ghost. I think those that are familiar with Ascent, when those two weapons show up on the defense, the playbook starts to become super locked in. But Edith is going to allow themselves to be revealed on the flash to try to get the peek off, but still, while blind, Edith just hits the trigger, connects, and it's first blood for Ghost.
Edith is so cold. They always know the timings when it comes down to just overstaying the perfect amount of time for that pick. Blind shot through the wall as well, trying to do a little bit of damage, while the rest of Ghost towards this B side aim to bunker on site, play turtled for these trips.
Ahead.
Yeah, and this is 100 Thieves just trying to pull the defense around, maybe try to find something, but no. Inside B, the defense too solid. Melia, some trouble there as little pop flash comes through to push off, make sure there is no skill deep, but this double route through mid could be caught catching this Ghost defense off guard, and so it is. And now you're split 3-1. The defense leads to a chance here for 100 Thieves to still bounce this back.
Edith is fairly confident, though, that there wasn't the timing to actually go over towards garden, especially with that pinch coming through. It's a race down market,
30 seconds
and now
left.
over to tree. Only one player left. Last time around, it was Avery on this A site, managing to find the 3K to save the round there for the side of Ghost Gaming. They'll be waiting for the rest of the cavalry to get towards A this
Spike
time
planted.
around instead. Paranoia still available.
And a flash available for Edith. Avery is already clearing out some of the backside of the site. Miara able to find one through glass. That is crucial because now the Odin could try to spam out hell. If it wants to, at least. Slandy down low. Sees the dark cover sent and also catches the bow of the Sova. Edith responds with the trade, but now Melia's on the flank. And how would you ever predict this? Has Avery seen it though? Yes, they have. And what a bounce back for Ghost Gaming after being split up by the 100 Thieves hit through mid. They recover, they find the elims and tie us at 2.
You gotta give credit to Slandy, though, for that play. The peak was perfect. Nearly a 3K there as well. A great attempt out of the IGL on the side of 100 Thieves, but Ghost Gaming, they had the numbers advantage in that retake scenario and played it beautifully. Good reads again. And good patience that time around from Avery, too. You could tell the 100 Thieves were kind of worried about their presence, lurking around that site, potentially hiding over towards Hell, and they play a little bit more disciplined, ensuring that they can play with the remainder of the team. And the same conditioning over towards A main with the stack over at that B side here. The Shock Dart's still not able to get these trips down early on with how deep they're being placed. So much damage being done already by those shocks coming out from Miara.
I was just about to say, that's some feel-bad opening utility if you're a 100 Thieves fan. Just kind of throwing this round a little further out of consideration. But still lots of time, minute 5 on the clock. The only issue is there's just not a lot of ground to work with right now if you're 100 Thieves. Like, yeah, you've got Melia as kind of a pivot point, sort of, at mid, but this is more just looking to see if Ghost will walk back through Catwalk and find a free first blood there, but you're gonna have to create something here if you're Thieves.
Trying to see if they can take any sort of timing, but look how deadly both of those sites look to hit, right? Sound sensors on A, the trips for the push on B.
Good predictive paranoia. Kataris will find the decoy, and whoa, a little bit more, but Jazz responds.
30 seconds left.
So now you've got an opportunity to try to force something. The Annihilation catches Avery. Hold on a second. You've got a heavy stack. Do they hear the footsteps? Maybe not as much as you would have liked to, but still the spam comes through. Keeps the numbers and the weaponry largely in control for Ghost. The other issue here for 100 Thieves is they don't have a lot of time. You need to find these eliminations, but it's not going to happen. Jazz is the last one left. There was a window there for 100 Thieves, but it was largely shut by the game clock.
I also think just maybe overstaying their welcome there in market. I saw the vision, right? They're looking to cut off the rotation from that B site, maybe take one of those players down, but everyone they weren't quite able to all hold the same angle, a little bit staggered, and that mid play then falls apart when B site was open for the taking. A nice attempt and idea, but not too much you can do, and Miara is also like spraying down with the Odin over towards market. Like, you try to move an inch and you're gonna get your head absolutely ripped off. But again, neck and neck. I feel like Ghost Gaming, though, you've really got to give the fact that they've gotten these 3 rounds in a row, 100 Thieves, unable to find anything after those initial 2.
But in full purchase here in round 6. With a Hunter's Fury, close to a Dimensional Drift on the other side. That is actually ready for Edith, who connects for first blood onto Jazz, who has been unreal this first half for 100 Thieves. Has been the elimination leader for the attack, but will be put out of commission early, and we'll have a 5v4 with a lot of tools available for Ghost.
Smoke down. Lydia still over towards A main, but you can see how ready Ghosts are with this trap play as well. Avery might be the one jump spotting, but it's also that paranoia that you've got to worry about there as well, right? A great bait coming out of Lydia. Annihilation no longer an issue.
And a little bit of damage, knowing that you've got the Omen playing over in towards Wine. MEOW lurking. Hunter's Fury trying to get this initial elimination on the Avery, and it will connect, but not just once, but twice. And now MEOW can step up. Watch the rotations out of B. It's working perfectly for 100 Thieves, who now have a wide open A site for a plant.
At this point, it's just going to be a safe scenario, right? You look at the money situation on the side of Ghost Gaming, and sure, they have found a lot of success in the last 3 rounds, but it's also been a lot of reinvestments. 100 Thieves haven't let those slip away easily and have done some of that economical damage. And when you've got 2 weapons like the Operator, like the Odin, that are so hefty of purchases, you don't want to be letting those go here.
Yeah, and that felt like a really steep gamble for Ghost Gaming. Knowing you're playing into a Hunter's Fury, you're playing for contact at A, hoping and maybe even trying to, kind of rely on the fact that the Annihilation was going to find something. But the problem was there was really no one there. Lydia just teleports away from the Annihilation, and all of a sudden, Avery just kind of gets stuck and can't get out. There wasn't enough help nearby, or just didn't commit to, teleporting in their own right to get away from what was I would have thought, a very anticipated Hunter's Fury. But I think the big miracle in it is it doesn't just hit once, it hits twice and gets 100 Thieves back to a 3-3 game.
Really nicely done in that pinch, and all of that initially facilitated by Lydia's presence over at A to start things off. Operator now has actually shifted over towards this A side. We've seen that conditioning that's been done consistently from the A players of Ghost Gaming.
This is a bold walk up. Doesn't work. Lydia, no gun in hand initially, still able to respond to at least take this into a 4v4 early. And with all the numbers that 100 Thieves see at A, they're saying, let's get aggressive, take mid for free. Ariel does have a spy cam to scout this out. Gets a tag, I believe, onto 1, but will not slow down this 100 Thieves offense, which now has 4 players surrounded the B site.
They know 2 are on B as well, with that Odin revealing the fact that you've got the Sova alongside.
Oh, it's just Mixie. Marceline finds 1. Here was the teleport back into the site, though, for Avery. MEOW converts onto Miara. Flash avoided by Avery, but hit with the grab net. Able to find the first. Tries to delete the dart, but not going to happen in the rotation. Not able to get there to help either. So 100 Thieves now in the lead again, 4-3 up.
I like how both those teams played the end of that round there as well. It was a great pivot and increase in tempo to hit over towards that B site, knowing that they were trying to take one of those timings, especially after Lydia goes down, when you don't have those smokes to play with, to cut off those lines and try and beat one of the rotations. And then you had Ghost, the investment of Avery's from the shadows, trying to be that support over at B, but the crunch was really nicely done with how 100 Thieves respond with their utility now onto the back foot, these Sheriffs. Again, we saw it on Lotus. A lot of those crazy thrifty rounds that were coming to fruition that just should not have gone their way from both of these teams.
And the punish of the pistol rounds continuing going to 100 Thieves just, again, restricts Ghost's freedoms. Especially on this half where 100 Thieves have been so dominant. Teleport into site. Spike has not made its way on yet. Edith trying to hunt, search, find something over towards free side. Do they try to commit to play through the door? No, not going to happen. Denied, and that will be 100 Thieves now securing a plant into just what is a 4v5 against pistols. A little bit of an elevated play for Lydia, works out for another to make matters worse. And for Ghost, this is just about seeing if you can create a little bit of something out of nothing.
Yeah, you got a late wrap into 3 there as well from Melia. There isn't really anything that they can do. A 4K and a flawless round here for 100 Thieves as they find themselves back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of a confidence boosting round right there from Marceline too. Just kind of in the firing range there at the end. Headshot after headshot. 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves? The ones that are going to call timeout? No, I was going to say... Guys, it's going really well. How can we do it better? No, Ghost Gaming the ones calling timeout here and desperately need to put something together. You've got a couple of great tools, though. I mean, your full weapons, but more importantly, Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury at the ready.
Most definitely. Hey, I mean, there are teams that like to call those timeouts when they're up, you know, just to... Sometimes people get a little too hyped. Maybe you need to calm down a little bit so the next round isn't as crazy, or... even just to really cement their strategy going forward. I think for Ghost Gaming, though, the thing is, when 100 Thieves have so much comfort on Ascent, have had so much success on this map with this composition, they're also going to know exactly how they're trying to pick apart the mirror comp on the other side of Ghost Gaming, where they haven't had as many of those dominant results, have struggled a little bit more to actually find those wins here on Ascent. And it's up to them to take those learning points, right? I think 100 Thieves, with their defaults, they've done great to just like contest some of the conditioning that Ghost Gaming have been doing, especially over towards that A side. And you've had a lot of great lurking presence from Melia as well for that mid-round calling, allowing those pivots for 100 Thieves to come through, and then also finding those openings, keeping some of those rotations away from the other side of the map.
Yeah, it really has just been, you know, heat mapping over the top of the minimap. 100 Thieves have done better, I think, at just controlling and possessing some of the rotation spots. But here's something a little bit different. Opening Hunter's Fury going to come through. Marceline stepping up, kind of predicting this play through mid, but it's sloppy. Edith able to find the first. Now the follow-up flash comes through. Melia gets one in response, but not enough as Ghost will push through the B site, find their clearance, and, well, you'd say, okay, we're going to isolate the play at A, but Aerial can't stay alive. And we got ourselves a 3v3 post plant for 100 Thieves.
There's not much Aerial can do there. When you've got, like, Slandy laying down suppressing fire through a wooden box and you've got nowhere else to go, it's just about doomed, right? But a 2v3 here for Ghost Gaming into this retake. You've got the drones for drones coming out here as well. Hell cleared out at the very least. They feel pretty confident in thinking that the majority of the attackers there are towards B main, one tucked on site.
Yeah, that's almost a facepalm right there for Ghost Gaming. Talk more about that in a moment as they still are alive in this round. Avery making sure of that, but Miara will not be able to get the spike diffused to halfway. And Avery on 10 HP is not going to have a chance to get back on it. So kind of talking about that little bit of a facepalm, I mean, you set up a perfect kind of counter execution here for Ghost Gaming off the timeout. Yes, there is a trade that comes here for 100 Thieves, but you essentially successfully hit what you called. The problem is you still can't stop 100 Thieves from finding an open site, and that's just one of those that I think Ariel's going to want back, saying, I probably don't need to chow that once we win that mid battle, but such is life, such is the way it goes.
I think the idea was really nice, though. The crunch over towards tiles, you had the aggression over at B main coming out from Kataris, and then the 2 or 3 players over at mid crunching over in tiles as well. It just is a little bit difficult when 100 Thieves have been leaning heavily into that default. Different look this time around as they look to move with like a pack, knowing that they are at that weapons advantage here against Ghost.
Edith was trying to hunt out some of the noise that was being made at mid. Cannot find anything with the Sheriff. Aldrone scouting B main. This will give the defense an idea of where they need to keep their focus. It'll be purely on these mid-market doors for now. Spy Cam still above this play as Miara's able to connect at least the torso of Marceline, who's still finding headshots. And Edith trying to follow behind the play will also be caught. So 100 Thieves looking good for 7. Especially if Lydia can continue just to dance with both players here at mid. And yeah, it'll just be Kataris with a Spectre. You don't figure that this will end in a 1v5 clutch.
My ult is ready.
No, it would be pretty miraculous. A lot of mistakes would have to come out of the side of 100 Thieves for that one to come through. Melia is not even going to give that, allow that to be an opportunity that it leaves the tip of our tongues, realistically. Now a 4-round lead on the side of 100 Thieves. And again, we have to remind you guys at home that 100 Thieves currently have like what, a 71% win rate on when it comes down to those attacking rounds here. For Ascent, during stage 2. They are so comfortable with it. You can see it. A lot of those quick pivots, they're ready for a lot of the trap plays that Ghost Gaming have set up for them as well, and are more than happy to make that quick adjustment, respond with utility of their own, and try, again, to catch them off guard with that tempo, with that positioning.
And from here on out, for round 11 and round 12, I hate to make the most basic elementary conversation commentary come through, but if you're Ghost Gaming, you need to get to 5, and there's no way you do that outside of just being the better team here, because the economy, the ultimates are all fine for 100 Thieves. So you need to find something. Ghost's going to step up and try to play for the alt orb, and that's just about as much of a recap as you need in terms of trying to put some sort of a synopsis on how this first half has gone, as Ghost Gaming cannot get anything off the ground.
Idiots. Decoy.
No, just maybe a potential hero play to come through here from Edith. It's not going to happen, though. Marceline to take their head off, and now having control given over as well. And look how late Melia is over at Tiles. Like, and the fact that Ariel is ready for it as well, like, they're so aware of how Melia is trying to rat around and cause all of, like, these issues for them. And for Melia, obviously looking for some of those picks to catch the weapons out at the very least on the side of Ghost. And now it's only up to maybe one rifle to be saved over into the next round here.
Yeah, that's tough scenes. There's going to be some availability just with the dimensional drift and the annihilation for Ghost Gaming to still provide, well, some kill potential, but now you're going to have essentially nothing. At best, it's going to be some SMGs, shotguns.
Last round before the switch.
Not great news. So 100 Thieves looking pretty solid to drop 9 on the first half of Ghost after, again, just kind of narrowly missing out on what very well could have been a map 1 win for 100 Thieves as well. This has been a significant course correction, though, and just like we've seen through the Swiss stage, sheer dominance start to finish for 100 Thieves.
Hey, there's a reason why it's their best map, and they're absolutely showing it right now. We'll give Ghost Gaming the fact that defense is the half that they tend to struggle with here on Ascent, but now you've got the dimensional drift play coming out here from Marceline in combination with the Hunter's Fury here as well, with that spotting, and it's just nothing that these Ghost players can keep a hold of here on this B site.
That's clinic right there. I mean, that is how you do it. Dimensional drift to get you the clearance, then you follow up with Ghost just breaking down on the site itself. Edith is able to at least find one with the judge and get out, but still a 4v3 where annihilations are ready for both sides.
Yeah. It's definitely getting scary in that regard.
Well, Avery gonna try to scout things out, and wait a second. Melia gets caught. Annihilations will try to trade. Can Avery find more? Sure can. But Jazz Slandy able to finish things off, and Edith will fall in the cocoon for a 9-3 half for Thieves.
I was almost a believer there. Like, we've seen Avery do it before, but a 9-3 half, like you were saying here, in favor of 100 Thieves. For Ghost Gaming, they need this pistol round. So far, 100 Thieves have been able to pick up every single pistol in this best of 3 series. It sets them up nicely for the beginning of the half, but man, for Ghost, it's a must-need, right? They want to try and take this the distance here on Ascent, try and end it in a 2-0, otherwise we'll be heading over to Bind.
Yeah, it's, I think, just based on how that, well, you see it, straight up, 7 rounds in a row go for 100 Thieves. All the stuff that looked like maybe Ghost Gaming was going to be able to battle up, winning the bonus, and then the follow-up gun round, it's like, all right, we got some, you know, some decent work going through, but it's just the execution on the defensive half, just trying to get proactive, just does not really work out fully for him. So you're absolutely right here, Ash. Ghost would have to win this pistol, you'd think.
And a very similar play to what we saw out of the defense pistol of Ghost Gaming as well. That early mid control coming in, a different look at it, that is for certain. All 5 players of Ghost trying to break through B main.
Wow. That is a great follow-up grab in combination with the shock darts. Tons of damage sent to Ghost Gaming, whereas 100 Thieves are still fully healthy. Now, Ghost will work their way onto site, but with the health pools the way they are, you need to start hitting some headshots here on this retake. And it's not looking all that great. Nope, not at all. 100 Thieves still very healthy, very full in this 5-man approach. Smokes will fade. Aerial gets caught looking at
One
some
enemy
recon
remaining.
darts. It is just lambs to the slaughter. A flawless pistol for 100 Thieves to get to double digits.
You were talking about it earlier, a clinical round from 100 Thieves. I think it's just been a clinical ascent so far. The utility has been perfect. The flawless round, like we were talking about here, to earn that 10th one for 100 Thieves, and a much-needed pistol slipping out of the hands of Ghost Gaming. The combinations have been great coming out of 100 Thieves, like the grab net, shock dart combo that we saw over towards B main. Just so much value coming in, and they're really moving like a unit. And Ghost Gaming, they're trying to replicate that as well. We do see those moments where the spacing is great, but it feels like in the utility trades, 100 Thieves have absolutely coming out on top.
That is a really good evaluation. I mean, there have been some moments where just gunfights have not gone the way of Ghost, but yes, I think on the macro level, the understanding of this composition has been far superior for 100 Thieves. Cyber Cage is out. Decoy will reveal that there is a judge in waiting. Edith pushing forward, takes care of it, but Marceline on the crossfire. How good has Marceline been since being brought back into this match? How about an ace? Welcome into the match. Decoy out in the corner. Marceline will find the iBUYPOWER ace and likely light the candle here as we try to finish off map 2.
Yeah, Marceline didn't even need a second to warm up heading into Ascent. Coming back in after we had Misu subbing in on map 1 on Lotus, and she is not here to play. That is for certain. Just insane stuff from 100 Thieves, and you can see like the manner in which they're playing right now as well. They feel so confident about how this map is just going to, you know, end off in a 13, whatever the score may be. And for Ghost Gaming, they definitely haven't taken their foot off the pedal. But I think idea-wise, we've definitely seen them run a little bit more dry.
I'll say. Definitely a bit of a mismatch.
Shadows traveling.
And in that force buy territory, Ghosts will just not be able to afford much. So again, the probabilities continue to tilt and shift to the heavy favorites of 100 Thieves on this map. Got to create something here if you're Ghost. Opening trade, serviceable. Gravnet, able to just, or probably the berry mesh to block off towards glass. Miara follows up with 1-3 mid on that flank attempt, but they don't anticipate that Jazz is in the picture. So numbers will stay even, but weapon superiority continues to be held by 100 Thieves.
TP over towards this A site here as well, and Marceline manages to see the shoulder. Now for Ghost Gaming, it's about trying to regroup over towards A main.
30 seconds left.
Rotation here for Aerial with only 25 seconds left on the clock, the second that she gets over here.
Could be a chance to isolate. As Marceline will make their way over towards Street, door will close, and Jazz will step up, spam through the cyber cage for another. So Miara, maybe just a consolation prize here with the plant, and that will be the case. 100 Thieves very quickly onto map point, trying to get us to bind in the blink of an eye.
Jazzikin's also just scaling up so quickly to another annihilation here for her as well. It's definitely been a clinical map for 100 Thieves. Nothing like the Lotus that we saw to start our day off, right? This evening was like a nail biter with that 13-10. They were trading rounds a lot more comfortably. But right now, for Ghost Gaming, I think losing out on that round in particular is especially difficult. They do have the full purchase to come in, considering that investment that did come out in round 14 to try and make it a little bit closer. Dimensional Drift could definitely be a silver...
Cover going out.
Sorry, I was going to say Dimensional Drift could be a silver lining for them. That is on the other team. Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at 20-6 for Marceline and 16-3 for Jazz. It has just been as one-sided as you could possibly anticipate. So with a potential win condition, or at least a bonus in having the Dimensional Drift, 100 Thieves feeling pretty saucy about closing this thing out 13-3. Barrier match placed and then instantly deleted. Lydia still holding in the corner. So Noise trying to pull some of this back over, at least directionally, to the front side. Chance to try to push out, but 100 Thieves will instead find first blood on the other side of the map for MEOW.
But look at this read. It's so good. The call already being made for Slandies for the rest of the team to have that 3-stack over towards this B site, anticipating the rotation, especially after the barrier mesh goes over towards tree, not leaving further options here for Ghost Gaming in this potential final round.
Decoy.
100 Thieves going to back up, put themselves in arches behind B. Push up from Marceline, able to find one and a lot of damage on another. Pistol out as Jazz will follow the initial outlaw shot, and then Lydia will not allow MEOW to go anywhere. Woof. That was about as dominant as I think we would have expected to see. We talked about 100 Thieves being great, but I don't know if we anticipated it being that great.
I think when it comes to Ascend, I definitely was expecting them to be this good. Maybe a little bit more of a bite back coming out from Ghost Gaming, that is for certain, with a lot of those OT games that we saw them have previously on Ascent. But for 100 Thieves, they are not slowing their roll anytime soon on this map. They will continue forward with taking down so many of the top dog Game Changers teams here on this map. I can't wait to see what's in store for Bind.
Standout map number 2, but as you mentioned, Bind levels the playing field almost to a 50-50 based on the numbers if you're one of those stats peeps out there. But we'll let the desk flex their big brains, except for Elizabeth, and we'll be back with map number 3 after this.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
That's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
folks, I've reapplied my lip combo, and that can mean one thing. We are going to map 3. Welcome to Verizon Game Changers North America Stage 2 main event. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Ender and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, yes, we are going to a map 3 after a very close and much different map 1, Christy. 100 Thieves took their map pick of Ascent and just ran with it.
Yeah, that was honestly wild to see. I had all this hope, this faith in Ghost Gaming after Lotus, but what 100 Thieves were able to do was really impressive. Stomping in the second game, I think kind of outplaying Ghost a lot on a macro level. I know, Emily, you were talking about the slower rounds they were playing, but I just think the way they were able to pivot into very forward lurks and always be able to capitalize off of those lurks getting kills was really nice to see.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I was going to say, with the lurks, you know, even though MEOW might have been at the bottom of the scoreboard, I guarantee you every 7 of those kills were impact kills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, no, after you, Emily.
Yeah, I was going to say, and obviously this map we brought back Marceline, who's on their original roster. Misu did an amazing job top fragging and subbing in for them, but you can really see that the firepower that Marceline brings, and also allowing 100 Thieves to go back to their original roles, it really showed off here.
Yeah, I think you can also see the success from 100 Thieves just in the stats alone. 9 out of 10 post plants they're succeeding in, 11 to 5 in terms of first kills as well. And this wasn't 100 Thieves that was playing like light speed rounds hitting into sites. They were getting the numbers advantage, pivoting on the map, getting forward lurks like we're talking about that are then transmitting information back to the rest of the team so they could always get this push and pull, which is exactly the right approach, you know? They're playing against Ghost Gaming, who are running this mirror comp of the double sentinel, and you want to play slower rounds versus the double senti, where you can find the utility, where you can break the utility, where you can, you know, try and convince the defending team to try and go for these rotations, and then you pivot right back into the space they just left. And I think, you know, 100 Thieves did a beautiful job with that.
Emily, something I want to ask you as a former Game Changers competitor is, when this happens to you, granted it's not your map pick, but you just got 13-3'd, what's the mental like on that? What do you think the mental could be like on the team right now of Ghost Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, they could be a little down because it was a stomp. You kind of just have to go with the cope and just say, you know what, it wasn't our map pick. We're going to be stronger on bind. We're going to say if they weren't playing as together as they should, or whatever kind of problems that they realized going into that map, and like even the after talks of it, they need to be able to like come up with solutions and fix those going into map 3. So as long as they're solution oriented, I feel like they'll be completely fine on bind.
I mean, Christy, Emily talked about being out macroed, but looking at these highlights, certainly the micro and the mechanics is absolutely fantastic on the side of 100 Thieves, no?
Yeah, the whole squad is showing up in a big way, but I do want to highlight Marceline. I mean, just the spray down there inside the smoke, good movement as well. You know, I think it was you that was saying Marceline's, you know, aim was like so flicky all over the place, like really quick on the turn, and I think you could see in some of these rounds just switching player to player, target to target. I mean, this same position again, always getting that flood in to give Ghost a tough time.
I mean, just to like kind of paint the picture, we were watching Marceline's POV, and I went, "What's going on?" Like they were like they're so flicky that I thought something was wrong with either my broadcast or my computer. And that's how flicky they were. You can absolutely see that in their gameplay, and hopefully we will see it on the third map, which we'll be going to Bind. One of my favorite maps in the game. Now, this is our decider, Emily. What are your thoughts about this being our decider with Ghost starting on defense?
Oh, I'm hyped. I think it's going to be messy. I think it's going to be an overall brawl.
Messy?
I do think it's going to be messy. I think this one's going to be a lot closer than Ascent, and I think we're going to see a lot more like aggressive plays and fights, you know. And if 100 Thieves has not changed their comp, you are going to see the jazzy raise that you were talking about earlier. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I think I really like what 100 Thieves are doing in terms of their comp. It's that double duelist with the raise for Jazzy and a Yoru right next to it. But Ghost Gaming, on the other hand, they only played this map one time during Swiss versus FlyQuest, but they're playing some old school tech here with a Sky still in the composition. They're also playing a Senti with the Vise, which is not really a direction a lot of teams have been going for with that Sky in particular. So I'm curious to see how they make it work, or even if they're going to be rocking the same thing, because that was a few weeks ago.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing with the Swiss. You kind of you come in at like different times, right? But these agents did agents. I mean, technically they're all playing agents. These teams came in with a 4-2 scoreline from the Swiss stage, making it to the main event. But I mean, Chrissy, you're hitting on it. It's been a little bit since these teams have played. Obviously they've been scrimming, but in terms of like actual, sanctioned GC competition, it's been a hot second.
Yeah, it has been. I think almost a full month now for the last bind performance, at least from Ghost Gaming. But I don't know. It is hard to make these comp swaps super frequently, although Ghost Gaming aren't exactly strange to that. They're running quite a few different things on other maps during Swiss.
If I had to ask both of you, I'm going to start with you, Christy, for a prediction of how this is going to go. Who is going to take map 3?
I would have to say, based on the macro that we saw in that last map from 100 Thieves, playing slower rounds, knowing that on Bind you're going to want to be doing a lot of similar things, I'd have to go 100 Thieves.
All right. Emily?
I'd have to agree. Just based on the comp that Ghost previously ran, I want to say if they switch it up and go for a comp that complements their playstyle more, maybe even a chamber, because I know that they really do on defense, especially. They like to go for like those early picks and try and get the man advantage. But for their Ascent comp, I didn't feel like they had the best comp for that, right? Running the double Senti. So I'm just hoping that if they do end up running like a more aggressive comp, something that they can get a kill and get out with, that it could go their way. But I think right now I'd have to agree with Ender and say 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's, it could go either way. We could see a difference in comp. We could see something a little like kooky crazy, if you will. But with what we've seen so far, I mean, 13-3 is a great foot to leap off of if you're 100 Thieves. We are going to be heading into Agent Select for the final map of Bind between 100 Thieves and GC, where this tail ends, where this tiebreaker that we've been talking about will come to an end. And we see Marceline back on that Yoru once again, Christy.
Yeah, I love a good happy ending to a good story here, but we'll see which side is getting that between Ghost and 100 Thieves, because Ghost Gaming playing double Senti is absolutely wild, I have to say. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone play this comp on Bind, to be completely honest. They are starting on defense, and I fear 100 Thieves being able to break into the side of the map that has both Deadlock and Vi's utility on it, but really I'm looking at that attack side for Ghost, how they're able to get on sites, and then if they ever plant the spike, I don't think 100 Thieves can get past that utility on a retake.
It definitely is. And Emily, I'm going to ask you, you talked about me talking about that Jazzykins raise, and we have it here on Bind. Amen, praise be. We love to see it, Emily.
No, we for sure do. I think they also swapped out the Viper that they originally had for the Deadlock, so I'm excited to see like what that kind of brings to the table, and see, I guess just how they will end up playing without their Viper on their Viper Orb for lurks, and see what Melia can kind of whip out with that.
And folks, this is where the story ends. The tiebreaker, they're both 1-1 facing each other in matches. Well, let's see who can come out on top. Ash and Shift, please take it away.
Oh, it'd be our pleasure to do so. I love the setup. I think Ender's absolutely right. Often when we see like a double Sentinel, especially on this map, we start to put together the first half of a cliche. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object. This time there is no unstoppable force, though. It's just a Yoru that's kind of in the picture. It doesn't have that same kind of quick burst that maybe you would have expected from other comps prior. So there is this level of focus that has to be on A, defensively. Can you even get through this? But then B, offensively, how do you get the plant, and then can it become impenetrable afterwards, if you're looking at that from Ghost's perspective?
Yeah, I think that the changes are really interesting from both sides, right? For 100 Thieves, they had been running the same comp with the Viper for 2 stages now, and things weren't quite going in their favor. So I think the shift over to the Deadlock is like great reassurance for them to be able to kind of deny a little bit more of that space, not make it as easy to like burst onto site thanks to the sound sensors and whatnot. And then on the flip side there for Ghost Gaming, the fact that they get to start out on defense as well with this composition, there's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on both Jazzykins and Marceline in trying to dismantle a lot of these setups. For Jazzykins, it's going to be finding some value out of those nades, trying to take out those sound sensors, some of the thorns on the side of Aerial. And for Marceline, it's all about trying to trigger that wall early on and be able to get out.
The other thing to keep in mind, 100 Thieves, pistols, well, they kind of go hand in hand right now. Twice Wall does get procced. Offense will get on with just one for now. MEOW going to be, well, you would think overwhelmed with this little teleporter play. But as the hit unfolds, it actually goes through the site and over to Showers to follow up. And that will be a serviceable set of trades for 100 Thieves. Marceline, a little bit of trouble initially with Kataris, but still finds the win, leaving Avery in a 1v3.
And like to start off the pistol round already, we're getting a taste of what Emily was talking about on the desk, expecting it to be scrappy. I am right there with her with both these teams and having the teleporters you can play with. 100 Thieves, they love those quick pivots, and for Ghost Gaming, they love that proactivity on the defense. You got to double up over towards U-Haul. The bench player has heard Avery drop down at this point, and Marceline will just be putting them to bed. The pistol round once again picked up here for 100 Thieves. Will Ghost be able to get one in the second half, finally, in this best of 3?
It's been BAU so far for 100 Thieves in the pistol. Convincing wins. Not even just wins, but convincing wins. In 3 out of the 4 that we've seen to this point. And really good on MEOW, I think, just to find one in that pinch play, starting to develop through the teleporter and Showers. Better yet, the quick decisiveness out of 100 Thieves to push through the A site to re-hit that same Showers position. Beautiful stuff. Good reaction calling out of 100 Thieves. And now into the anti-eco, where Ghosts, as we've seen in just about every other follow-up anti-eco, is really not able to do too much besides try to trap something. And this time Slandy will be, chased down by the Prowler for an extended period of time. But help is nearby. MEOW able to find one of the two, and the spike will meanwhile make its way onto what is now a 3B site.
It's a great fake as well, you know, drawing that attention over towards Showers, expecting another Showers TP play to come through. MEOW is just going to clean the round up with the classic in hand there as well. Ghost Gaming all swinging one by one for the 4K for the deadlock.
And that's just one of those moments where MEOW is like, you guys serious? Like, I mean, the first shot misses there. Second kind of is what it is. You anticipate that MEOW would just be able to clean things up with the Outlaw, but instead it's just, like you mentioned, one after another with a classic at some medium range. So it's been very polished, very clean, and now essentially a true bonus for 100 Thieves. Get a little bit of purchase into some rifles to come through to make this a little bit more formidable, as on the other side, Ghost have been able to get full purchase of their own, considering the convincing nature of the opening 2-round results.
With the 4K too, that's also the Annihilation, just one from being up here for MEOW. That could be a huge ultimate to pull out for the side of 100 Thieves to try and secure that bonus. Marceline will get shut down early on over towards Showers. Now denying a little bit more of that information on the A side here for 100 Thieves to go for some sort of pivot. That's why we're going to see Jazzykins look to regroup.
And in full purchase rounds, this is where the double sentinels for Ghosts become
activated.
A major menace. Razorvine's out to block off Garden for now. Barrier Mesh responds with a block off on towards Elbow, as Lydia will hold the angle.
Smokes left.
And now we'll get to work on this plant. Ghost Gaming going to make their way back on with a 3-2 split between Elbow and Main.
Wall still up for Elbow at the very least. Will be shot down in just a moment.
Oh, love this. Oh, perfect timing, but Ariel nearly able to get out of the cocoon, but not in time. Wow, great Molly, able to at least flush out some of this position over towards where the spike had been planted initially. But 100 Thieves still kind of killing time nicely. Crossfire setup over towards Elbow has stayed pretty successful. Slandy dancing, just trying to keep their lives while Jazz watches over the top. And Avery cannot find Slandy. The follow-up shot from Jazz is perfect, and 100 Thieves take the bonus 3-0 up.
She was just playing Ring Around the Rosie over in backside. Like, Slandy's blind, running around, trying to live while the rest of the team cleans up those kills. The bonus to land in their hands once again, a hard-fought battle there out of 100 Thieves. And for Ghost Gaming, back onto these Sheriffs. Curious to see what the approach is going to be in the eco here for Ghost. We've seen moments of that aggression. We've also seen them try to play those numbers and bunker onto site. But what is for certain, though, is that 100 Thieves are not shy about taking things slow on round like these to see what Ghost Gaming will give up.
Yep. And yeah, there's been chaos, kind of like Emily was predicting. But so far, 100 Thieves have been thriving in the mix. So You're going to get a different delineation of space here for Ghost with a deep barrier mesh outside of the entrance to shower. Jazz going to double, wow, right into the thick of this setup, and then just dancing around Avery, who could not quite lock the shots. 5v3 post plant, 100 Thieves looking good for 4.
I mean, it was a great haunt coming out from Slandy as well, just being able to catch the first one in the smoke off. And now, with that wall towards backside, we're seeing really the full power of having the deadlock also on the attacking side into that post-point adjustment here from 100 Thieves composition.
Well, the threat has been established. Paint shells deal with 1, but it's going to take a lot more than that, especially with just Sheriffs in hand. And it's an easy double swing to finish things off, only dropping 2 in the round are 100 Thieves. Up 4-0, and the cash is starting to pile up.
I think you can really feel the momentum that's been carried over from Ascent as well. Like, it's pretty palpable in the server with how 100 Thieves are approaching these rounds. Yes, we do have those moments of pause for them in the early round, but once they decide to go for that execution, they are completely swarming the members of Ghost Gaming and doing so well to ensure that the spacing is good, the trades are good, and the timing of all that utility for the entries have been perfect.
Well, once more, we see this small little battle for showers. Edith backs up as the Prowler revealed their position just a touch. And Shower, for now, will stay in the hands of the defense with sensors clogging a main. So Ghost Gaming have the setup that they want. And the question starts to make its way over to 100 Thieves. How do you break this down?
Portal closed.
Crossfire is definitely tough. You got 2 flashes here from Marceline at the very least. Trying to bait for the player on the right. Look at cleared out. The swing timing, perfect coming out from Edith. So heads up on when they're expecting to just try and catch the players off guard who are going to go for that peek over to the right side.
Well, Slandy's trying to see if they can catch an angle. Meanwhile, an isolated 1v2 over the top of B. Jazz has found an opener through Hookah. That's going to have the spike rotating over. Do you anticipate another defender playing on the site, though? You do not. Yara, woof. Nearly gets caught.
30 seconds left.
But instead, it's only a little bit of chip damage that comes through. 100 Thieves going to commit to this. Nightfall going to respond for the defense. Lydia able to still stand tall for 1. But with Slandy down to their lonesome. Whoa, Collat headshot comes through down to a 1v1. Edith has a showstopper and both blast packs and is already committed for it, and Slandy's out of there.
10 seconds left.
Just enough time to get that plant secured as well as the rotation comes in. Opting for open, but will manage to get it down just in time. The repositioning over towards U-Haul. Was that heard?
I don't know if it was. Oh, so Edith looked like they may get caught with a knife out, but just able to get the gun up in time, find the headshot, and avoid what would have been an absolute miracle round for 100 Thieves.
Like, it is just, I'm still replaying that collat backside coming out from Slandy after the Nightfall comes in. It was just absolutely crazy. But Edith is a player that constantly steps up for Ghost Gaming in those dire moments, in rounds where you're seeing it totally shift into the favor of 100 Thieves, and they're able to single-handedly pull that back at times. Now, going forward, this is where we want to see Ghost Gaming try to chain these rounds together, right? They've been stuck in this economic cycle of not being able to have these full purchases with the 4 rounds in a row that 100 Thieves have been able to find for themselves. Early information outside of Belong this time around. I'm happy to back.
You got a Bucky and a Spectre in the mix here. Oh, and Miara is just, you would think toast, but Orbital Strike going to come through. That will be the main deterrent of that setup as Marceline is able to rip them apart. So yeah, once more, Ghost try to pull something out, doesn't work. Avery trying to beat timing and just gets caught by the decoy. Now 100 Thieves are very aware of this. Utility used to isolate. Little high-low setup will finish off Avery, and Edith can do nothing. 5-1. 100 Thieves only dropping a single member in the process, and Ghost are back to a save.
Definitely tough with the setup that we saw over towards Belong, right? You've got the Buck, you've got the 2 players trying to play over for Octagon. Maybe the read from Ghost Gaming was the anticipation of the U-Haul play that you usually see coming out with that orbital strike towards that A site. But again, those utility trades, the moments in which 100 Thieves chooses to use those ultimates has been so consistent. I feel like throughout this best of 3, it's really what's given them a little bit of that edge up in crucial rounds. Heading forward now, Ghost Gaming, they've got a hero rifle in the hands of Edith. And deep into the corner here as well. Everyone on 100 Thieves moving over.
Well, Edith has to stand their ground. Prowler comes through. That isolates the elimination immediately. And then just nowhere to go for Avery as well. Again, granted, we're on limited purchase here for Ghost, but all of the potential threats instantly dealt with.
Dropping spike.
And they will even do a little bit of finagling for ultimate charge with who gets the plant off, just to really maximize this round for 100 Thieves.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
I mean, there's not much you're gonna... No! Okay, I thought it was gonna happen. I was just watching, observing. But it's okay. You know, Eco round, Ghost Gaming, timeout here in round 8. Got 100 Thieves, 2 ultimates. They haven't been shy about their ult economy. They're more than happy to kind of continue to cycle those up. Don't hold on to them for the perfect moments. And that's also part of how they've found so much success, I think, in these last 7 rounds. But the Dimensional Drift Annihilation could be a great combo.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, though, this is a crucial round win here for Ghost Gaming, right? They've got 3 ults of their own, massive ones at that to invest into this round. And if they lose out on this one, it's back to another kind of like uncomfortable buy situation. Might be able to scrounge out like a couple of rifles with like very low shields, if anything, due to that bonus that you have from round loss, but definitely looking tough.
Yeah, I would have to figure this conversation is largely surrounding the conditions in which you would hit the triggers for these ultimates. It feels like the Steel Garden would be last, just in case things go completely off kilter early. Then you at least have the ability in the following round to try to set a level playing field for a moment if you do have to go to limited purchase. But this does feel like a round that should be heavily utilized by when and how do you use things like your Annihilation and your Orbital Strike if your Ghost defense, because just flat out, they have not been able to slow down 100 Thieves at all. I mean, even the round that Ghost Gaming were able to win, it was tight, and it had to come by way of a retake. So, you know, initial execution for 100 Thieves has been pretty much flawless through the first 7 rounds. So,
yeah, definitely.
You have to think you try to stall that.
Them fighting for a lot of these extremities instead of having a little bit more of the bunkered play that we would like to see, some more of those traps there with the double sentinel, because it's been a lot of also getting picked off early. That's what has netted 100 Thieves so many round wins, is finding that 1 pick over towards long, 2 picks over in showers, and all of a sudden ghosts are then scrambling as far as that rotation or where 100 Thieves are playing because of how consistent and strong their default has been. And right now, just being able to break out this barrier mesh, you can see that the read is coming through here for Ghost at the very least. They're starting to lean over towards that B side. The limited presence over towards showers. The TP out there as well for 100 Thieves, just to try and all group up here for this B hit.
Yeah, and that is a play at A defensively where you're like, if there is a commitment, we have the Orbital Strike to stop the plant, so we'll just not even bother trying to play forward. Same can be said here, though, as MEOW is able to find first blood. The Razor Vines will both be spent. 100 Thieves will wait for those to fade before making their move. Barrier Orb going to be placed deep. Orbital Strike comes down to stop the plant, but does not stop 100 Thieves from scaling a little bit deeper behind this barrier mesh. Prowler to scout out towards elbow. And yeah, here we go. We're looking for the Annihilation to pit left the corner. Steel Garden in the mix, and Ariel's able to find 2 before being pulled into the cocoon. MEOW trying to save. Lydia pushing forward, but only finding 1. And it's on to Slandy, who is stuck with just a shorty in hand. So the kitchen sink was thrown by Ghost Gaming, and it works out to get in their second round.
And at the very least, only 2 of those ultimates of the 3 were actually invested into this round. So Kataris is still going to have the Annihilation going into the next one. And you had Amelia investing their ultimate of their own as well there. So you got to be pretty decently happy with some of those trades coming out from the side of Ghost Gaming. But now it's about trying to repeat that success, right? Because that's a big round, but a lot of that coming off the fact that like Ariel had this insane hero play over towards like trading not just herself out, but getting another one on top of that before getting captured. Absolutely insane stuff.
Yeah. So full weapons still in play for both sides here in round 9. Dimensional Furies immediately. And that gives you the indication that 100 Thieves want to go quick, and look at all of the information that comes through from Marceline. How do you use this though? As 100 Thieves are trying to spam out the locations, but it's Edith who actually connects onto First Blood. Down low, Marceline following up off their own intel. Decoy gonna come through, plus the flash. Doesn't really get around the corner though, and Keteris is able to find the elimination. And that may be enough for the defense to hold strong on top of the site. Toggle on the sound cue from the spike plant. 100 Thieves have not committed to this, and the crossfire setup is enough to bait Ghost Gaming into the action. MEOW with the Guardian though. Gets us to a 1v1 and we'll reset.
What's going to be the pathing choice here for Ariel will be the wrap back around over towards Market. Wall is still up, so she will know if MEOW opts to go long. Not going to be the case. Tucked into sight with the barrier mesh covering CT. Doesn't even really have to worry about elbow, knowing that if Ariel wasn't backside, there would be no opportunity to cross.
Well, you saw the Obs team illuminating where this arc rose is. MEOW going to be turning their attention now, sees the barrel, and absolutely perfect in how you play it from MEOW. But that, to Emily's point from the opening on the desk, that was the messiness that can sometimes be brooded here on Bind between these two squads. It's just a slay fest. TDM on top of the site. 100 Thieves get a little bit of a survival play out of MEOW, who's now 10-5.
Yeah, Miara, absolute heroics there, front sight over at A2, the 2K with the Guardian to try and bring that round back there for Ghost Gaming. I think what's kind of curious for me here on the side of Ghost is we actually haven't seen Edith being paired with Miara or Kataris, where you're usually expecting maybe some of those C's nade combos to come in. And it really just hasn't been the goal. Instead, it's always been this showers control that they've been going for, but we aren't seeing those types of trap plays that I think we're anticipating.
True.
Traditionally with this competition.
Really all we've had from Ghost in terms of utilizing Edith's position has come by way of trying to show aggression at showers. And that has just been kind of a, you know, forfeited battle that 100 Thieves has sometimes just flat out said, all right, you can have it.
I like this walkout.
Already getting an elbow. Defense, again, using largely just pistol upgrades. Nightfall's going to come through. It's a lot of tendrils that will connect onto the offense. But from this range, things like a Judge do not feel great. Edith, able to connect with the paint shells, keeps us level. And now you got, oh, I was about to say an opportunity to get the showstopper out, but in through the smoke, 100 Thieves were hitting a no-fly zone, and they're going to get to an 8-2 tally.
That was such a well-called round coming out from 100 Thieves. I don't know if that was Slandy's ideas that where she was throwing into the server as the IGL or a pivot that somebody else on the team had called for, but the walkout I think was really nice. Something that we haven't seen from 100 Thieves. They saw the opportunity to show a bit of that presence and then just try and walk out with the smokes, not give the ruse away. You have 3 players just going for that wraparound to secure a round where Ghost Gaming were starting to turn those tides.
Fake teleport.
Here we go. Tempo switch for 100 Thieves to challenge not just showers, but also A. And Avery has to really focus forward here, but gets caught. Keteris picking up, though, from bench, able to find 2. Now the flank through teleporter can be here. Spike is down. You have to connect on this. Boombot Prowler all being spent just to recover, and luckily Jazz is able to get out and avoid the headshots. So a 3v3, but Edith has an op, and you still don't have Ariel even in the vicinity until they hit the teleporter.
Double sound sensors on that spike there as well. I love how they flip the sight for the plant. Doubling up, and although it just leaves Slandy alone in pocket. Not quite planted for her though.
This is taking so long to clear out. There's the sensor. Slandy sees one on the cross. Jazz follows up. Showstopper just to ensure it as Ariel is stuck. Good effort being made, but Bazooka wins. So no 1v3 there. 9-2 tally, and take a look at the economy for Ghost. It is in shambles again. Not a comfortable purchase to try to finish off this half.
Silver lining of Having the Steel Garden available here, though, for Aerial at the very least in this round. 1 away from the Annihilation as well. But then you also take a look at that Orbital Strike, at that Nightfall in the hands of Lydia and Slandy. I feel like Lid's Orbital Strikes have been so solid so far on Bind, have been really great at snuffing out that positioning, being called from her team. And now, again, it's Marcin's constantly pressuring over towards Showers, being that solo kind of presence before being able to get Crash away to rejoin the rest of the 100 Thieves forces.
Sound sensor up.
Yeah, this just feels like 100 Thieves have, you know, hit the aggressive version of some of these play calls, saying like, we're just outslaying these guys. Instant right there, point in case. Decoy deleted, but 100 Thieves have already stomped their way on towards site. Steel Garden gonna be called in. Annihilation to try to follow, everything being spent. It's a mess on top of the site, isn't it? Edith with the judge has found a couple. Annihilation will also connect, but the thing about this is 100 Thieves have already hit the teleporter and are on A where there's no one here.
Plant will be secured. As far as utility goes, though, not too much that you can really ask for. Jazzy is going to take that Heaven's position, and Kataris has absolutely heard her. Punished for it. Now Annihilation up. This should be a 3rd round on the board here for Ghost.
Well, you can see the patience coming through. Annihilation out to clear bench. Nothing home. Lydia pushed off through main. Slandy just outside the smoke, looking for the spam.
Shut up.
Somehow gets one, but not another. So it's just down to Lydia. And no, Edith will step up, find 4 in the round, and get Ghost Gaming a 3-9 half, forcing the conversation to once again be reliant on what happens in the second half pistol.
Switching sides.
What gets me a little bit nervous now that we're swapping sides, though, is I think that you have a player like Edith on the side of Ghost Gaming, right? And everyone on that team, in their own right, are able to absolutely fry out on any given day. But Edith is one of those super house players where you're going to try and look to set them up as often as possible with your utility. And we just, again, weren't quite seeing those pairs. So I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be like on the attacking side, expecting to see them paired up a little bit more often with Miara, maybe Kataris as well, just to be kind of enabled, especially on those executions, with the fact that you don't have as much to support compared to the Sky that I think Ghost Gaming were comfortable with running previously for that reason.
Yeah, good call there on that in particular, but you also got to keep in mind that, like, as Ender had mentioned on the desk, there is this level of when Ghost was going to be on the defense, it should be the unmovable object, and it wasn't. So now you got to find a way to execute and get some Sentinel utility to make these post plants more comfortable. And Slandy has seen a kneecap and said, that's all I need. Keeps the defense alerted on the site. Smoke's still well and ready to go, and Jazz has backed up with the paint shells waiting for this execute.
About to come out here. Should be the pop onto site.
And it is. Oh, Slandy gets caught with utility. Lydia still playing the backside of the site, though has an opportunity for more, but can't quite lock the shots initially. Now following up is Marceline. Can wait for the 2v2 to develop as Melia is already in the vicinity. Frenzy in hand for Edith. Straight on over, and the shot's not initially going to land, and the follow-up is perfect. The little mini automatic SMG, if you want to call it that, works out nicely for Edith, catching 4, and Ghost Gaming finally able to get a pistol.
Yeah, the first one so far this series. 100 Thieves had been so consistent with it previously. I think it was a great adjustment coming out from Ghost Gaming after seeing that B-long aggression that was coming through there as well. Just taking a beat. You know, cutting noise, going for the walk back up, looking to re-clear that space. Now we see Ghost shifting over towards the A site, 100 Thieves. They have a read into it. That is for certain with 4 players stacked here.
Once more, as we've often seen, patience, the name of the game here. Orb to be collected. 100 Thieves feeling like they may be able to challenge this through the smoke.
I like this play.
There's a flash queued up. Pops out nicely. Miara's going to be stuck with utility out. Marceline, Lydia able to find 2. Edith is still holding, though, the backside of Showers, and no weapons will be collected off of that. And yeah, let's get to work on our circus tricks as we juggle the weapons back a little further.
You got to be happy about that. But now look at where Slandy is positioned. Completely walked out in market. There's a player cave and might look to catch out the Vice player. And it will be perfect for Slandy. Bulldog picked up. She can run back towards that B site, try to regroup with the team. Maybe go for a little bit of that early info. But now Ghost Gaming, it's up to them to work some sort of pick here in U-Haul.
I mean, that's just some silly stuff right there. Another one of those moments where things just continue to develop, and now it's just down to Edith. Grab net, locking in place. Slandy gonna rotate over with the Bulldog. Edith would have to try to plant this, but this is the problem. You already have MEOW on the other side. First no scope, not gonna hit. Just baiting with it, and Slandy will be there in the nick of time to secure a Thrifty, and 100 Thieves can just do no wrong.
Great reposition coming out from MEOW, buying enough time for Slandy to have that rotation through. The fact that Slandy even takes that timing to walk out of B as well as that solo player. Really nicely called there on the side of 100 Thieves. Ghost Gaming, it's tough. The last 2 rounds that we saw them win were off of insane multi-kills coming out from Edith, leading the pack there on the side of Ghost. And we've talked about how the entire team is capable of these insane pop-off moments. They have great mechanics, but unfortunately, the rest of the squad just not quite being able to land their shots today.
Some days it's just a little bit different, and that's the way it feels right now for 100 Thieves. MEOW connects. Second chance. Why not? And Marceline also follows with an elimination down long. 11 looking good as Edith just trying to force the square peg into the round hole. Not going to happen. 11-4. Must-win territory pretty much from here on out for Ghost Gaming.
It's tough here for Ghost Gaming. We do have Showstopper online here for Edith. Something to definitely keep our eyes out on. But for Ghost, I mean, they're not even getting in these positions where we're really going to expect to see this composition shine on the attacking side, right? It's all about in that conversation about the post plants that you can have with the double sentinel. But 100 Thieves have been so good at just contesting early on, knowing that the responsive utility that they have is just a little bit stronger on their end with the double duelist. Especially with Marceline being such a flex player, where she's able to reposition so comfortably around the map and continuously be that thorn in the side of Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, it's a really good mobility call out here. Again, just kind of highlighting the differences in compositions where Ghost Gaming are just so much more static. Ariel looking for something at range. Just showing some pressure. Keeps the defense a little bit more curious about where this hit's going to develop at, but no, Ariel will fall. And now the defense can really start to invest into this B setup.
No escape.
Full rotation being called over here by 100 Thieves as well, and Showstopper just about to come out.
But MEOW still to find one. Follow up from Marceline in the corner is good, but can't quite track down the rest. Doesn't make much of a difference, though the number is just too good on site. Oh, and just a little cutie boop right there from Jazzykins. Beats the angle, beats the ammunition count, and 100 Thieves are on match point.
I mean, Jazzy definitely was not slouching or lying when she was talking to Liz earlier today, saying that they wanted to make a statement in today's matchup. Might not be that stomp that she was initially looking for, because it did start out with that Ghost Gaming win. But for the last 2 maps of this best of 3, that is absolutely the energy that she was putting out into that server. It's also insane. Like, you look at Jazzy being 15-8 right now, being one of the initial first points of contact, having lived so many of those rounds and having that survivability into the late rounds has been so good coming out from her.
I mean, even if you reflect back on the first map, winnable map for 100 Thieves. So I think when you look at just the statements that were made prior to the matchup, I would say the action has provided what was called upon. Ghost will lose their first off of an off-site first blood. Nightfall called in. Will put some pressure onto Elbow, but again, the help is already here. Marceline is able to find not 1 but 2. Edith, this is a frustration gel. And Ghost Gaming looking like they're going to get knocked down to the lower bracket as 100 Thieves have a 5v1, and everything continues to turn up in favor of 100 Thieves. 13-4 after a 13-3 on their map pick, and I'll just say it one more time for us to reflect on. 13-10 in the first, that mapped very well outside of a couple of rounds just being determined by maybe some unlucky spam shots or just a couple of gunfights that don't go your way. It was a very winnable map for 100 Thieves on top of that.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think what was missing here in the last two maps coming out from the side of Ghost Gaming as well was just, I think some of that spacing, some of the trades. We saw a lot of like solo engagements, going for those hero plays because these players are so mechanically gifted. But 100 Thieves look like a well-oiled machine working together in all of those fights, especially when things got scrappy. Like the util trades were great coming out of them. The awareness of the map was so good coming out from this team as well. And I think Shift, what's so important, even though we're only in like the upper bracket quarterfinals, right, is the fact that when you're talking about Game Changers champs, only one team actually from NA is guaranteed, and it's the winner of stage 2. So you want to try and make this run as easy as possible for you, and 100 Thieves definitely showed up today.
Without question. Also, just kind of talking about that one particular team, I know a lot of focus is on Shopify Rebellion Gold. They are in a map 3 affair as well against Blue Otter. So a lot of Valorant Game Changers North America still to come. That completes our first series for Ash and myself, Shift. We'll send things over to a break and be back with the desk.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Well, folks, if you are just joining us, you have missed 100 Thieves GC takedown Ghost Gaming 2-1 in a very, very dominant final map of Bind. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ender and Emily on the desk. And Christy, that was a tale of one map, and then certainly two very different maps after that.
It was the sequel was kind of in a different genre than the first the first movie, where Ghost, it was close between the two teams. Not 100 Thieves just came in and absolutely smacked them, especially once Marceline came in after game one, and I think was just the consistent top performer for the team.
Just looking at this timeline, you can see there were moments where Ghost, Emily came into this, but this really, including last map as well, they just couldn't really get anything going.
Yeah, it really felt like the only close rounds that they had this whole game was when they, like, on the side of Ghost, they would somehow get, like, a crazy multi-kill, right? Besides that, it was like, well, to be fair, we only saw a majority of Ghost's defense side, but with their double senti, 100 Thieves didn't really struggle, or it didn't like phase them at all, right? 100 Thieves, we've seen them work like every other map before this one, and this one was no different, and I think they did it really well. However, on the Ghost side of things, I found it so strange that they were running double senti but splitting them up. They were like fighting on the side with a senti but also not fully locking down the other side. It was I don't know, it was something to think about for sure, I guess.
Yeah, the alternative being you can put those Sentinels maybe together, play a more defensive half of the map, and then the other side can be taking those more forward fights, is what you're thinking?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think maybe they would have had some chance at shutting down Marceline if they were able to target her a little bit, because this highlight reel just ends up being all Yoru all the time. Both the opening kills, but also overheating into spawn. And then, okay, the one crazy clip for Ghost was that play just a second ago on B elbow. We didn't see the whole thing, but Ariel getting 3 kills while being cocooned was completely ridiculous. And maybe the one nice thing Ghost can take with them from this game.
For any Ghost fans out there, they are not out of the tournament yet. Again, as Ender said, this is a double elimination bracket. So they've moved down to the lower bracket, where they will find out who they will be facing soon enough, friends. But we have a Verizon post-match interview. I know you love these. You know I love these for sure. And it is none other than Slandy from 100 Thieves Game Changers. Slandy, come on in. Come to the front. Take a seat. We gotta talk, because I want to know what happened that first map, Slanty, because this last 2 maps were much different. So talk to me about, was it like adjusting to Misu, who was subbing in for Marceline? Like, what happened? What was the difference between those set of maps?
We have a lot of like momentum-based plays on this team where it's like we're really finding our footing a lot of times, and sometimes when we lose that footing, it can be kind of like difficult to re-get into that, especially early in series. Like we've had like a historic amount of early round like momentum losses and stuff like that, where we have to like get back into a map, or we just start kind of slow. But like I think it's something that's really, really special about this team is like, yeah, like we got off to like a really slow start, and like we had like a little bit of a lead on Lotus and struggled there at the end, but this team is really, really good about like staying in it, believing in themselves, and like keep moving forward. And it's like our entire team just is so good and has such strong mental about like getting back into these games. So that like map 1, like, yeah, we lost the initial, right? But like no one was worried. We go into map 2, fresh slate, everyone's ready, and we get that one round to get us back into things, and we're back in it. So
I spoke to Jazzy over DMs earlier today, and she was so confident in you all. She was just like, yeah, we're like the best. I think if I pulled the DM really quickly, I could say it's like the best you guys have ever been, ready to stomp. It just kind of seems like everything right now is just clicking for 100 Thieves. Like, what can you attribute that to?
Yeah, we're here at boot camp. Like things are feeling good. Like we're really just like the last couple days of practice have felt really, really good. And like we've had multiple times where it's like not everything's perfect, like we're not trying to play perfect Valorant, we're trying to play great Valorant. And at the end of the day, like we just need to keep playing as a team. And like on these slow starts, like that, or these rough like ends to maps like we had on Lotus, like we just got to keep going together. Like at the end of the day, like it's just we got to keep going together, keep going together, and all we do is just pick each other up and just keep going, just keep on trucking. And that's literally our game plan. Like things are starting to click, and our last few days have felt amazing, so we're never going to count ourselves out on moving forward together.
Something that we mentioned in the pre-show was about the fact that you guys are boot camping. You guys are all together right now. I mean, talk to me about, is this the first time you all have met together? Been together?
Yeah, this is our first time meeting each other as a team, so we definitely got that buff going. Like, it's really, really nice to see everybody in person. I can fist bump Jazzykins right now if I really want to. There she is.
Hey, Jazzy! Hi!
Oh yeah, it's definitely a big buff. Like, it's definitely like, especially after like a rough map one, you know, like we can all just sit down and look at each other at the end of that map and just know we're good to go. You know, like no one's worried about anything. So feels good.
Yeah, I mean, moving forward in the bracket, I love to hear from you. Like, what do you think is going to take 100 Thieves to the end and hopefully eventually win that grand final spot?
It's really just, I mean, like, we got like the power of friendship going here. Like, I've been competing for a long time. Like, we have a lot of good stuff going for us right now. Like, we're boot camping. Like, the last couple days have felt amazing. We have like some great like players here with like a ton of experience. Like, we're looking to make a run, and like we all know that, and we're all super confident. And like, there's like this magic, you know, like there's this magic in the air that like I haven't felt since like honestly that like 2022 like Misfits run with Floor and all that team. And like it's been a long time since I felt this way, but like this team is special, and we're gonna go the distance. Like, I can feel it, everyone here is feeling it, and like we're really excited about it.
I love to hear that, Slanty. Well, I'm going to go let you celebrate with your team in person because you guys can do that at your boot camp. So thank you so much for joining me for this Verizon post-match interview, and I'll send you on your way.
Thank you so much, Liz.
Bye-bye, Sandy. I have no friends IRL, so here we are, the power of friendship. Just me, Christy, and Emily.
So sad.
Here. Are you guys my friends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We already did this. We can do it again.
Yeah.
You want it?
I'll meet you there.
Boom.
Thank
There we go.
you.
Nice ring game, by the way, team. We're killing it.
Oh,
today.
wait, we all have rings on.
Really good,
Us
guys.
go. Wait, this is our power friendship, the power of the desk, and I'm so proud of us. But friends, we're going to take a bit of a break, but stay right there because we have a second match coming up. Welcome back to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ender and Emily on the desk. And welcome back because we are here for Game 2. Everyone, we just saw 100 Thieves take down Ghost Gaming 2-1. And now we're on to the new shiny game, if you will. It's WADA versus, it's Empire Catface. Not Catface, Empire Catface. There's a new look.
Yeah, the cats have actually overrun the world and now have an empire of them. It's crazy. It's warrior cats times 1,000.
You can't bring up warrior cats unprompted, Christy.
Wait, can I not bring up warrior cats? This is my childhood. What are we talking about?
You did. We'll talk about it later, folks. We do have an updated bracket for you guys as well. If you're just joining us or just want to see the bracket, because it's a very nice graphic. We worked very, very hard on it on our side of production. You can see 100 Thieves has moved up in the bracket, and I guess SRG and Blue are still fighting it out 1-1.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? That's
Not
a very
me.
exciting game that you can see on the Radiant GG channel, and is currently 4-0 on our side of things. I'm sure it's changed while you guys are watching this, but Shopify Rebellion are ahead on the final map of Ascent. But that looks good. This is exciting, but we're on you can see right at the bottom there with WADA and Catface, which the tri-code is still MEOW, Christy. But let's talk about WADA for a second, Christy, because WADA, hashtag sign WADA, hashtag everything WADA, because they are have just kind of exploded onto the GC scene.
Yeah, the crime is that WADA still are not signed. No, this has been kind of the undisputed number 2 squad here in Americas, and it obviously makes sense here. You think of the players, especially like Power Pixel, Starbound, Astralis doing such great things back on that EG roster. But this team has just been right up there the entire time, all year long. They've only dropped one series to a non-Shopify team, and that was even a 2-1. So it's gonna take a lot for anyone really to challenge them, unless you're a top dog.
Yeah, they're also one of the only teams in GC that haven't made a roster change. Like, they've kind of stuck it out with the same 5, which is really cool to see and allows for a lot more growth, which I think we've seen. And before today, before the Blue Water match, they were the only team to take a map, actually 2 maps off of SRG back in GC1.
I mean, Emily, it's absolutely one of those things where it's kind of like everyone's eyes, I think, are on WADA, and it's important that they keep your eyes on them because they've been getting better and better as time goes on. The Starbound Chamber has become iconic. When I reached out to Parabixel for comment about today's game, they sent me a Faker hype video and said, that is all, T1 fighting. And then Arya, or aka Femboy, unprompted, sent me another Faker hype video saying, Faker. So those are the comments we have.
Are they sure they're playing the right game?
I didn't want to bring it up. I was like, oh, do I tell them? But, you know, I'm sure they'll figure it out. I'm sure they figured it out. That was a couple hours ago. I'm sure they figured it out. But friends, we have a new kid on the block, kind of, with a new organization, Empire, not taking over, but representing Catface. It is now Empire Catface. Oh, man!
Holy Abby!
Abby's ready. Abby's ready to fight. You look at this.
Wait, Sin, take my lunch money. I don't want to cause any trouble.
Oh my god! And Luna Fox is there telling us it's okay. You know, I mean, Emily, going back on the block, like Luna Fox is like an old GC player, played around when you were playing.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this whole roster, it's just a roster of veterans. Like, the names Luna Fox, Abby, Habibti, and even Animal, honorable mention, who's getting subbed out for Abby today. They are all people that I've seen back in like 2020, 2021. So it's really cool to see them all kind of band together and make it into main event.
Yeah, and it was kind of a tough journey for them as well. When you look at the Swiss stage, they came out, and I remember casting their opening game versus a 10x squad, where you're always gonna, or at least I was expecting Empire to do very well there. They ended up getting 2-0'd by 10x, had to, you know, continue fighting through that longer Swiss stage, only to then eventually rematch versus 10x to get the 2-0 to qualify to this tournament now. So it was a kind of a fun little storied run for them during Swiss to qualify here for main event.
And something else we want to bring up is that the owner of Catface has tweeted that they will be, for every map that Catface wins, I'm looking at my phone to make sure I get this right. For every map win we get throughout main event, I will go to pay the adoption fees for cats at local shelters. And said in chat recently, we paid for 6 this past weekend. That was all the shelter had at the time. We will head over to the next town over this weekend. As a cat mom of 2, I know Emily, you're a cat mom as well. Chrissy, I think you are catless.
My family's got cat.
Okay, so you know.
And I'm a goated cat sitter. If you ever need someone to sit for your cat, I got it. Okay.
We'll keep that in mind.
That's what we like.
Yeah. Wait, Liz, what you're telling me though is with them adopting cats, if WADA win this series, you can confirm that WADA hate cats. Yes.
And their logo is a cat. So like, what is this?
Yeah, that would be really bad if they won this.
And if we're gonna head to Corrode, which is Catface's or Empire Catface's first pick, Emily, they have to make it count so we can get some adoption fees taken care of.
No, they really do. As someone who has recently adopted a cat, those fees aren't a joke, okay? They're a pretty penny. So if they just win this 2-0 on WADA, I'm gonna be a little upset.
Yeah, that's actually why I don't have a cat yet. I'm waiting for Empire to win and then get me a cat. And then it's like free cat system, you know?
That's the cat distribution system for you.
Exactly. Working as intended.
Chrissy, we're going to Corrode and then Sunset and then ending on Ascent if necessary. Anything stick out to you with this agent selection and ban? Or sorry, map selection and ban.
Not particularly. I think these are all maps where I think we're just going to continue seeing chamber for WADA. So
real.
Yeah, the real test. I don't think map actually matters. I think anyone that's playing versus WADA, the question you have to pass. You know, like if you're going to get on a roller coaster, you have to be like this tall to ride. The question that you have to get past is, can you actually beat this chamber? Can you deal with the chamber? If not, you can't ride that roller coaster. It's not going to work.
I mean, Emily, let's talk about the chamber, right? Because like Starbound has kind of like, I think, reinvigorated the chamber with how well they play them, no?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even think it's like the agent itself. It's just their aim and the like confidence that they get from playing chamber, the fights that they can take because they could just instantly TP out. I actually did the stats on this before, and they have, like, ever since FlyQuest, they have played 84 matches on chamber, and I could not add up all the rounds myself, but 84 back-to-back matches on chamber. And looking at the map selection, I was honestly expecting more like Bind, Lotus Ascent, somewhere around there, just because those are kind of chamber's playground. So seeing like a Corrode Ascent threw me off a little, especially, oh my god, because Empire also, that Sunset has been their permaban like this whole GC. So I'm excited to see what they kind of whip out on their side, but when you have a Starbound chamber one trick just frying, it almost feels unstoppable. So I want to see, I guess, how they counter that, especially because Empire is more of like a generic standard team, whereas WADA tends to just build around the chamber and plays comps that fit their play style.
Yeah, I would say like Empire is usually more normal, but like I was checking because I was like, what was their Corrode like? They played some wild stuff on Corrode. Like, they were playing Sage Phoenix on this map. Like, what are we talking about? Like, just some wild stuff versus Blue Water, of all people. And that was for a win. So, I don't know. I'm gonna wait and find out, because you're right. On a lot of other maps, they're playing the stock standard, and maybe this was just, like, early in Corrode's lifespan. They're trying to figure out what works, but they might have been cooking something. I don't know.
And I'm so excited to see it when we head into Agent Select for the first map of Corrode. Now, I mean, I will buy a house if... Okay, I'm not going to buy a house. I was going to buy a house if Starbound was not on Chamber, but they are on that classic Chamber. But we see on the side of Empire Catface, Emily, a ISO, a Sage...
I'm curious to see how the solo duelist ISO will be. It doesn't feel very movement heavy, and I feel like you really want like a Zoomy kind of character for taking those mid fights, for bursting out of the choke points, and I just don't know how they're gonna, I guess, fill that void that it feels like their comp has.
Yeah, I think that's a big weakness. I think, of course, once you get the ISO ult online, you can like steal away like the deadlock from the other side. That can help you accelerate quickly into a site, but I think you're right on the money there that it's going to be hard to get in to sites. I will say, if you want to play slower rounds and take mid control and then try to split your way into a site, then you can try to mitigate some of the weaknesses of not having, you know, the Neon, the Rays, the Jet, those heavy dive agents. And you can also do some fun things with the Sage Wall to like help you exec out to a site and block off certain angles, especially over towards maybe the B site, but I'm gonna need to see this in action before I become a believer by any means.
I don't want to put any pressure on Catface, but my cat just came over to check out what's going on. You guys were talking about the comp, and then she came over and was like, what's going on?
Your cat might have a sister after this map.
She already has one.
She might have another sister after this map.
Have another sister.
She might have another one.
But Emily, go for it.
No, but also just taking a second look at WADA's comp, I actually don't think Empire will struggle getting out of the chokes that much, because if you look, all they really have is the deadlock wall and the sensors, and the sensors you can literally walk past. So if they do play this right, I feel like they might not struggle as much as I initially thought.
Well, folks, my cat is meowing at me, telling me we have to go to the game. So on behalf of Gemma, we're going to send it to Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly. Friends, take it away.
Cat enjoyers rejoice, because this is going to be a good one. Cats are on the line, which now sounds horrible, but they're going off against WADA, the most successful unsigned roster in GC. I'm Lemon, this is Vans. Excited to be back for the main event.
Super excited for this one, and to kick off a very fun matchup between these two teams, actually, as you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, we do have on one side WADA, a team that's won kickoff in the beginning of the year when we didn't have Shopify Rebellion, but also made it to the grand finals against Shopify Rebellion, which should have went to a 5-mapper, by the way, and not just a 3-1 for the side of SRG. And now you're seeing on the side of Catface, now recently being picked up by Empire, seeing the potential value and potential that this team could bring, and trying to make it into a deeper run with Animal as the captain. Of course, not playing this game for now, but they've always failed to kind of like break that top 6 and make it into the top 4 rather. So hopefully they'll have a chance to go into a deeper run.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been bringing their A game and have just really shown how much they want this. I mean, even Blue Otter has been able to take a map off of SRG, so this is really anyone's tournament. This is a really exciting composition too, looking at Empire with Icy, who's been ice cold on the duelist role, but you don't usually see them on the ISO.
Well, it's going to be very interesting for sure. We'll talk about it in a bit though, because there's already action starting things off. A TP away as pressure was coming through on a Starbound on this A site as Empire is deathballing into the plant.
Yeah, Empire wasted no time. Thought they were going to take their time, but just from front to back, using that ISO wall. But look, this A-Link is being punctured by WADA, and blood is on the floor. And, well, Empire will still be ahead at the end of the day. They're able to unite and react on time. Astralis, the last one. Spike got planted. 1 versus 2. Injuries on the Habibti side. They got a nice crossfire as soon as they jump up. Oh, Astralis had a nice right-click panic, but Sin was quicker to the trigger. Nice one from Catface.
Yeah, and if you're thinking about it from Empires and how they've been playing throughout the group stages, they've been deathballing a lot during pistol rounds and also in their bonus rounds, usually playing a lot of 5-0, 4-1s with late lurks. And I think that's the idea and the premise around the composition too, that they're pulling out against WADA this time around. If you're thinking about the ISO, there's, you know, the vulnerable that they can utilize, but not too much combination in terms of utility that could really do some really big damage. But I think that's the reason why you have the ISO with the shield and the rest of the team following behind to really try to trade out as much as they can here from the side of Catface. And it's also a beautiful counter to Starbound, who's looking to peek out towards middle right now with the Headhunter. That shield would potentially just allow Starbound or force Starbound already out of the line and gain instant space for Empire within the mid round.
Like this walk up and Sleepy Aria, Femboy, I don't know them. They got the Bucky. If they can get up close, this could do some serious damage. But of course, Empire taking their time. Things have been a little too quiet. Not really changing up the pace from how they approach the pistol.
Just trying to listen for some sound cues. Empire is doing the same. Hoping for some sort of audio cues for a trap play on the side of the defense, but we'll have to wait until we cross that minute line to go finally for the first engagement, says Empire finally looking for some control towards A main. And I'm surprised that Icy stayed alive right there.
Yeah, like talk about plot armor. And Icy's just back up the full. That's the beauty of having a Sage on the roster. So Empire are really gonna have to fight for this real estate though. Surely, I thought for sure Femboy was good for the one. Shot through the wall, through the heart. 30 seconds well for Empire. They're just this death army marching forward past the smoke. Juna gets nice timing. It's a crossfire that annihilates Empire. And the last one remaining, that lone wolf of Abby, has to kind of make do with this round of 1 versus 2.
I know she's lurking too.
10 seconds left.
Okay. I like kind of the bait and switch there. And WADA were able to keep hold of this round despite Catface making some initial headway.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, Femboy was shot through the heart and Juna was to blame because you need Juna to be there to shoot that haunt so that you get value out of that Bucky. You're looking here playing close range quarters, that Guardian. Odin, I wouldn't be surprised to see it on Corrode as well. It will be a dangerous weapon to play against as we move further into the rounds. But look at that collapse right after from WADA. They already, again, that 4-player stack that they had towards middle at the very beginning, that's what allowed for them to rotate so quickly towards that A site and make sure that they were able to trade when, unfortunately, Empire, just like right now, aren't doing too well of a job trying to figure out the positioning of where one Starbound could be at the beginning of these rounds and everybody else on the side of the defense for WADA.
WADA really prioritizing this mid control. They've stacked a lot of their numbers on this side because then it allows them to access that A link, which got a lot of numbers down from the Empire side. Speaking of which, well, Catface or Empire won't go taking this down, laying down, I should say, and that's an opening over on the A side of things, and the site is completely open. Jeez. Well, so was the spawn, I guess.
If anything, at least if we're able to get a plant. If Sin could cross over here, oh, that's a nice shot on Juna. A Sheriff versus a rifle, and you win that. That gives you a chance to move in for that plant. Might be winnable here if you're looking at the guns that you currently have and also a heal. Unfortunately, nobody could res. Nobody in the vicinity for Sin to res, but you could be in a good spot right now as Abby's pushing forward.
Okay, you have the Sage laying back, and Abby knows dueling, just knowing what that was coming, but Femboy slips past defenses. A 1v1 against Sin, just has the Sheriff. The Sage is split. The Spike is tapped. Someone has to engage. And it's Femboy first.
And look at the confidence coming out from Femboy as well. There was a phantom dropped on the ground for the person rotating towards what I like to call Rooster here at the connector from middle here, as you see area moving right in that spot for Femboy. But still moves in with that judge, making sure that you play close range quarters, breaking ankles, jumping around the way that they are, and they're able to just secure that round finally. But that could have been a nice little thrifty from the side of Empire to really make this game. I mean, it is pretty close as you're seeing the results towards the end of these rounds. Already now, it looks like we're saving the overdrive or going into an overdrive with this round, and Femboy staying into a judge. And I feel right now that Empire has to find a better way to really try to scout this middle and not really try to go for these face times, especially when you have a Fade that could do these easy lineups to figure out where Starbound could be.
It's been a lot of A hits, and Empire already trying to change it up. The Prowler available, seeing what gets drawn out, and hook, line, and sinker with Starbound on the op. Now I just don't know if Empire want to keep even testing this up. I would think any option is better than that, and guess what? The door gets closed for you.
Exactly, and even a player stuck in that corner, and that's Lunaflux, unfortunately, as she just got dropped. Astralis adding a little bit of extra bullets, making sure that their opponent stays down. But that's the thing, the fact that Icy was able to move into the B site and quite silently and decides to make a footstep jumping out and gets hit by the sonic sensor was a little bit of a mistake. But thankfully, because of this lurk capability from Abby, you're making it doable so far. Maybe try to go for a res bait potentially.
Okay, we're still going fishing. I'm gonna continue with the fishing references. I know. But freed from the net, and WADA will still continue to hold B. But Empire have numbers, but they still have to pressure this off. And Astralis is the real threat in the corner. Sin to the last life, and now nothing left for Empire.
And that's going to be the other thing that's going to be annoying for this side of Empire, trying to get into sites. If you're looking at how potentially you could really go for these execute for the side of MEOW, you could think about the simple paranoia, haunt, and then you try to wall the cross, kind of like what Jonah P does with G2 when they're trying to get into the B site, when they're trying to use that stage. But you don't have anything breaking deadlock utility inside the site. It's going to be very similar things trying to go towards A. So as you're death falling, you're still getting multiple stuns, and you can't really enter towards the site, and you're just walking into that trap. So if they're going to try to play default like they are right now, which they're doing a great job with the lurks from Abby, they need to find ways to continue to manipulate the map.
On the slower by. Oh, Empire just get hosed down. At least it'll be a quick round, right? And you left the Spike at the worst spot possible with this 3-2 split. Empire really gambled on changing up the stack, and it ends up being flawless for WADA.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit upset looking at that round because it's Power Pixel A with the Odin and not Femboy, because Femboy did mention to me, think about this tech of a duelist on an Odin on a defense, it's gonna rock. But you're seeing Femboy just utilizing exactly. I got rage baited going into like, oh, I'm gonna prep all this and see what they can do here on the side of WADA with an Odin on a duelist. But I mean, it also makes sense that it's just gonna stay on the initiator here with Power Pixel A, playing a great spot. We've seen this being a huge chokehold right where you're playing on the top of that ramp. It's still being pinged out by Empire, but it's still such a strong spot to play the Odin.
Quick pace for Empire. Now, Strawless, or Femboy, I should say, pressured in the corner. The Prowler is going to take a bite out of Juna. Now a counter Prowler from the defense, making sure Empire aren't going to build any momentum from any of the information that they have. And now mid has been locked down from the deadlock barrier. So Empire, now that everything is clear, look for some contact plays. And WADA are going to take a step back.
This is where the issue is, right? You're having this wall to try to scale up on. It gets stopped right away by counter stuns. You see the relay bolt coming out from the side of Femboy, and now you can't really cross through the smokes anymore. Now you can't lurk towards middle because of the deadlocked wall. So far, WADA is doing great adaptation into how Empire is currently trying to rotate around the maps and play their defaults, and it's working to perfection.
Now the Prowler's detecting someone in A link. Smoking off the back of mid. This could be pushed towards B, but no, wrapping around, really splitting the C. And Catface kind of just throwing every idea out there.
30 seconds left.
And seeing what sticks. And you could see that WADA starting to turn around. They're sensing danger. That's gone unchecked. Femboy will go and look. And now Empire are exposed. And now it's pedal to the metal with 2 defenders there. Juna and Power Pixelate. But the Odin's got a lot of bullets. And there's a lot of targets. 10 seconds left though. Empire got to make a move. And now they're 6 feet under.
Yeah, and unfortunately a little bit of miscomms trying to go inside that smoke. Abby ran in with their gun in first, the gun barrel first. So it was an easy kill for that last one inside of the Omen smoke on the A side. So nice kill by Juna to anchor up, preventing that planter coming down from Empire. Where you're just mentioning here, they're really trying everything in their to what's available to them for Empire to at least try to salvage the round. But that was just a mid-round audible call of, oh crap, we only have 3 players left. We have mid control. Let's try to hopefully work towards the back of the A site, but they kind of spread out across at the same time too. So a little bit of lack of understanding of what they can do next here, losing these players and being stalled all the way in front of the A main at the very beginning. So that's going to have to reset at some point. And the thing that sucks too for the side of Empire is I don't really think that they have a coach either to help them out. So it's going to have to come down to a lot of thinking on the fly and audible calls here from the IGL on the side of Empire, sorry.
Yeah. And that'll be Luna Fox. And just, of course, it's probably a democratic environment, but the captain is down, but the ship must continue to sail. And an Empire exposed out in the open. Just great baiting around this cover from Astralis, a veteran, just showing the hours she's put in. Empire just have Habibti and Sin left, and even Habibti is still settling into the roster coming in for stage 2, and Astralis just keeps padding the stats. And Habibti was kind of lurking elsewhere, so this will be a 6 unanswered rounds out of WADA. Won't be flawless, but still. Go, go, go.
Not flawless because they're jumping around, making sure that people could actually maximize their ults too, so it's all lit up white, ready on the side of WADA to start cycling these ultimates even if needed, but so far it hasn't been. I mean, if you're looking at it from this replay, look at how they're trying to throw this ice towards that side of the elbow so they could scale in. 2 sonic sensors, huge stalls, and then you even have the turret on the side of Starbound. It even slows it even more. So how do you enter on that? It's going to have to guess onto the death ball with potentially this ISO ult.
Okay, Femboy just charging in, killed Contract. They volunteered. Now Icy trying to get that first kill, and so they do. And the truck keeps on going with Empire finally having a good round in their favor, because a lot of those first bloods went WADA's favor off these contact plays. Ever since that pistol from Empire, just things completely changed. It cracked, and now they're back on that high horse.
Yeah, and that, even though the annihilation gets immediately canceled, it's still a good stall. It allows the round to reset for a bit, and hopefully Power Pixelate can solo anchor now with this Odin.
Ball is still just trying to catch them on the entry. Make sure that they don't grab that right corner, so a lot to juggle, but WADA get organized, and Astralis gets active, and Empire are exposed yet again, but a little disjointed on whether they wanted to take that fight in the middle of the seas, and Habibti left again, solo. And WADA is so rich on the other side too, so just doing as much damage as you can, but you know you're walking into trouble.
This has to be a save now at 17 HP.
30 seconds left.
Even purposely leaving a gap on the side here so that hopefully you can walk in, but you already see Starbound. Oh, okay, the shot missed, but there's 22 seconds left. You got to go for the save here at this point.
Kind of baited them. I got them thinking, hey, more time you stall in the round, the more you can yap about the next, right? And
yeah, I guess. That'll be the positive aspect for sure after not being able to win this one. I mean, there's no time left. Now you have to tap. You're going to try to swing it through. Oh my gosh. If that was committed, but of course we're going to get another Add the Spheres in this time in Game Changers. So 7-1 scoreline for WADA, but I at least like the start here from how Empire was staying as a group and leveraging Icy's ult. Because even for the side of WADA, I'll have to say probably Femboy shouldn't have been that first one moving forward into that front of that B side to get hit by the ISO ult, because the combination was also red on the side of WADA that you're supposed to blind with the paranoia. You're supposed to net with the deadlock, and if you don't have the net, well, at least you could concuss and go for the overdrive and mow things down towards that long B site. And as you have that immediate shutdown, there's not too much to fight back on the side of WADA, and that gave a chance there for Empire.
Yeah, Empire don't have the weapons. What is with these Odins? We've been a little bit too inspired by champs, but it's fine because maybe you'll be
only
inspired
by
in the
one
next round.
singular man.
Everybody can
the
buy an
humble
Odin.
king.
But this just shows the amount of work that WADA did, because they've kept their roster from stage 1, and this is not just a Game Changers only team. They push themselves to different levels of competition in Tier 2, from Fun Havers to other community tournaments, and they're really trying to prove that they should be. I'm surprised they're still not signed, actually.
Yeah. That's, I'm sure it'll have to come at some point. Oh, well, 145, unfortunate. But especially if it comes down to the moment that WADA, if somehow are able to make it to the grand finals and win it and get their spot to Seoul, I'm pretty sure they're going to get picked up at that point. But this is definitely a lot of work being put behind the scenes by King Fred. You know, he's currently coaching and helping out WADA for Game Changers, doing the same thing for Winthrop University, for Challengers. He has a little bit of help on both sides, where Winthrop, he has an assistant coach, and on this side there's Jerk as well from ex-Winthrop, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So there is a lot of heavy lifting being done here by the coaching staff to get these two teams ready for both Ascension and GCC.
And Empire themselves are going through changes, whether it's playing with Abby or Animal, and even some role swaps between Habibti, who was a Sentinel, now is going to be on Omen duties, versus whoever is playing the Sentinel between Animal and others. But meanwhile, you have a Nightfall just thinking they've left mid open purposely, so WADA ult it. Didn't really get vision, but hey, they got somebody in that trap. Icy just kept on walking, and Empire gonna keep on going too. Habibti's gonna teleport past that B link.
What would I killed you?
Well, that is inspirational. So is now getting behind the A site, but I would think Habibti would want to go and help put pressure behind B. But I mean, the sky's the limit. But Empire need to make a decision, and the spike is crawling its way into B with Astralis, who's been the ultimate anchor for this site. Neural Theft, though, activated. Abby gonna get some critical information where that player is. Astralis around the corner now needs to unite with their team more than ever. And with that Nightfall from Lunafox, they're just trying to buy as much time as possible, taking away. WADA are smoked off. It's gonna be hard to be cohesive when there's multiple smokes at that front door. Now Astralis just maybe has to go for the heroics, and the 1v1 just gets the tap against Abby in the tower. Habibti has been evicted, and Lunafox has every piece of Util thrown their way. And WADA work their way. Patience really does pay off.
But the fact that WADA is able to take that round without losing a single player on that 3 versus 3 retake talks about how good they are individually. It was all individual peaks. No systems to go for. 3-2-1s. Let's both look at a single spot. Even Astralis, I mean, I guess it was a double swing to look out towards heaven, but if she doesn't commit into a full swing and pulls the gun out, forces a shot to for somebody to hesitate at the bottom of heaven, and then goes for the immediate wide swing and insta tap for that opening to allow WADA to overtake that site. And this timeout, I think at this point is much needed, but I think way too late for the first half. Everything that you've tried, from defaulting towards in a slow A take, denied, working up towards middle, you think that it's open for you. You can't really find any openings to move into a split towards B, not working out. Split towards A, not working out. A full rush stopped by Sentinels. The only real value that they've gotten is from entry/lurks from Abby 2K, and also those 2 moments that we had players inserted inside that spawn. If they're able to leverage that a little bit more, and they're going to have to do that a lot more earlier into the round, so you have a real value into like the split of not only from the middle choke points into the sites, but now from the back lines of spawn. And I think that's why we're seeing these pings at the beginning of the round here. And an opportunity to potentially get Habibti and also Abby 2K back into the behind enemy lines in the spawn, and then finally try to brute force your way up. You pull the rotates from the back end, and then the front lines can finally move in.
Yeah, because usually Sin plays like a lot of initiator. They run the double initiator with Luna Fox, whether it's the Fade, the Sova, a lot of scan. But now with the Sage on attack, it's a lot harder when you don't have that extra level of scan, and the double Sentinel will surely be stronger for Empire on the defense, but they gotta put a dent in this first half, and now it's an A-lane push, a different approach from Empire. But man, what a stack from WADA. They're surrounding this island, and these lurkers of Empire are just not gonna come to the rescue. We'll see if the Empire stack can thrive, and they eventually get picked apart. So now these individuals of Empire have to get back together, and man, Astralis just read Luna Fox like a book.
Yeah, that's the issue. You're trying to go for a full hit towards this middle, but at the same time, you've already thrown the wall in a defense on B, and you have a turret on the A side, so all of WADA could just fully focus on middle. So yes, it becomes a death trap, but at the same time, they've been good in these team fights for the side of Empire. Just,
that'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, no lurk capabilities for Ivy for that round because she's lost everybody towards that mid fight, so there's no chance for her to really move around and really sneak from behind. And I almost feel that potentially if they're trying to fight the way they were trying to do to take control of Rooster back into the A connector, into the A link, there was most likely going to be some sort of a stall to rework towards middle after, but there was way too much utility on the side of WADA because they had a lot of players already focused to fight back on middle on the aggression that Empire was trying to do. So unfortunate there, it'll have to probably be a let's think about how we can do things on the defensive side on our end here for Empire, but hopefully they could salvage this last round.
Oh, and Empire gets marked there by the Haunt. First blood though for Sin, like that, after WADA test the waters in mid. And that won't really stop someone like Femboy, who has the old kill contract. Icy's 2-0 on those. Like to see it. Femboy getting active, got the sneakers on, and is heading for a win in the first half. And it already kind of feels like one. WADA
this lurk
is playing with their food. But yeah, you're right. Habibti has been trying to be that playmaker ever since swapping to that Omen role, and will have to do so against Femboy. He's trying to be loud and proud and will not escape the grasp of Habibti. And the rest of Empire need to make do and get this A site going.
And that's a TP through the wall that Habibti just did so that she allows herself to get inside Rooster in the backstep there onto Femboy. Now they have a player advantage onto the plant. Unfortunately, no ults into the last round for Empire, so they have to be pristine here in how they want to trade off against each other on this post plant, which is actually for them as well.
So it's nice about having the Sage on the post plant. Now you got wall, you got slows, you got a heal, but somebody got yoinked by the annihilation of Astralis.
Oh, no.
Wait, how do they just keep getting away with this? Habibti is left, and that gets consumed by the ult. It does end up being an 11-1 half for WADA. Like, just these clutches at deficits are so impressive.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to talk about Astralis' ult. That was going to be a wrench in the wheels that are for the side of Empire for that post plan, and that allowed for you to get two individual one-on-ones. I was just about to mention the firepower that's really good for the side of Empire because those two first openings were perfect for Sin and also for Icy in that gulag from the kill contract of the ISO. But outside of that, you still have some very strong firepower for the side of WADA, of course. Again, a team that's made it to the grand finals twice here this year, won one of them during kickoff and made it to the grand finals against Shopify. This time around, a dominating first half in their debut of the main event for Stage 2 against Empire. And for them, it's a split towards this A site where at least we have some numbers and stall in what's being set up here for the side of Empire.
Definitely right side leaning for this defense, but Femboy does not care, and somehow there's not enough bullets in that frenzy to claim that second one. But Icy's gonna need a band-aid, and Sin is down, can't provide, doesn't matter though. Empire, so solid on these pistols, but you have to also win the other rounds that come after it. So it is still 3 versus 2. You know what WADA can do when their backs are against the wall. And with this push-up, Luna Fox is going to find themselves between a rock and a hard place, and Starbound's on the hunt. And just gets the one-shot, one opportunity they need. And now Abby 2K is going to need exactly that to get the spike back and the round for them. And there's the bait and the switch. Wow! Nice shot from Starbound again.
Yeah, I mean, that's super nice. Map point there for WADA. And you can already see it as well, the protocols coming through. Sometimes you talk about these ping pong swings when, you know, the first one is going to be, I'm going to be wide swinging. The second one is going to be the close. They had that conversation. Who's going to be the close one? Who's going to be the wide swinger? And you use the one that was low HP to allow to use the obstacle as the extra armor that could potentially keep you alive, and then allow for you to trade for the one wide swing at a full HP. So that was beautiful, but it is also Stormbound having to swing out with the Headhunter. It's rare that they miss.
Really stacked roster, and Femboy is just so excited. They just even play caffeinated. Like, they're just always sprinting around. They love the shotguns on these half-buy rounds. Whether it's the Bucky, the Judge, the whole squad's gonna be in on this bloodbath, and Empire getting the tombstones ready. And this was an Empire choice of map. So this does not bode well for how the series is going to go for them. But 13-1, WADA, what a show.
Yeah, on Empire's map pick as well. So that's unfortunate to kick things off within this series. And you're just mentioning Femboy playing like they're on Red Bull or something. And I took my own energy drink to get ready to cast this BO3, but now I might be wired up when the map's already over and the match is already over. So hopefully we're going to have a little bit more of a battle here going into map number 2 on Sunset.
Yeah, and I mean, the Dusk already talked about sort of the bans and the map picks and what that really means, and maybe this could be the comeback for Empire, especially when Sunset has been such an important ban in the past. So anyway, we'll see you guys for that map. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. Me and Tamsin are here back to greet you to Verizon Game Changers North America main event. Cat, Tamsin. This is Tamsin, one of my kitty cats. Gemma doesn't like to be picked up, otherwise I'd show you her. But welcome back, and if you're just joining us, you missed to borrow a word from Jazzykins, a stomp. WADA taking down Catface on their map pick of Corrode 13-1, Christy.
Yeah, I really hope WADA aren't watching the stream because, Liz, I don't think they'd like your cat there because they win this, denying Catface a cat adoption, just absolutely crazy. Literally, Empire won round 1 and then 13 in a row for WADA, complete destruction across the board.
I mean, Emily, it's kind of, there were some moments where you thought there might be more rounds added to Catface's kind of scoreline, but WADA at the end of the day are inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit going into the map, where it's like they don't really have a zoomy comp, right? But you also didn't see them work the map as much as I would have liked. Like, they only went mid on their ecos, and then the one time that they actually did go mid on not an eco, it was a 2v2, which was like it felt like the closest round that we had. So I'm really surprised that they kept trying to force either of the mains after it just not working out over and over again.
I mean, clearly here, shout out to, obviously, if you were just joining us, Catface did put up a fight. It wasn't just kind of them being walked all over. There was, the scoreline I don't think exactly tells the story, Chrissy, but at the end of the day, losing your map pick of Corrode with a 12-round deficit, only getting 1 round, Christy.
Yeah.
I mean, as a coach, we talked about kind of the mental aspect of it. You're getting judged, as you can see. You're being upped. It's rough.
Yeah, ultimately, if you're in between games now, this is one where you very quickly are you have to forget about it immediately. But I think the actual problem solving is going to have to continue to be around the opening engagements. I think it wasn't as bad in terms of first kills, first deaths as the scoreline. I think it was 10-4 in favor of WADA, but I think still you're seeing way too many times where Starbound is able to go open and get the first pick of the game. If you actually look at across the board, Starbound, Power Pixel, Astralis combined are 6-0 in openers. It was only Femboy that was a little bit better at being traded out by the rest of Empire. So I think they just really need to figure out okay, how are we setting up these fights? Are we aware of where this chamber is going to be? Are we using the right utility? Do we need to time our swings better? There's a lot that I think the team can still talk about, even if they are largely ignoring the results of this map.
Yes, and of course we want to see those cat fee adoptions taken care of. My cats, it was literally essentially a buy one get one free when I went to the shelter. They waived one of the adoption fees.
That's a bargain.
They were my bargain babes. But moving forward to our second map, it will be Sunset, and it will be WADA's pick, Emily, with MEOW, or Empire Catface, starting on defense.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see it because we haven't seen Empire play Sunset, if at all, this GC, and it is not as new as a map as Corrode, so I am hoping that they kind of go back to their strengths and play more structured, basic Valorant, because at the end of the day, it's a team of veterans. That's what they do best, I think. And kind of just go back to basics and rely on their fundamentals.
Christy, that's at the end of the day, fundamentals are what get you through the game, no?
Yeah, it really is. My real question is going to be, how much of those do we see compared to the only time I think we saw the team play this map was in that opening week that they lost to 10Ax, and they were playing a double duelist comp with Waylay Neon in there, which would speak less to me about the fundamentals, but of course this was multiple months ago now, so I'd be very shocked to see that same comp being run here, especially with different players in the lineup. But yeah, ultimately I think that the more simple they can make this game, and the more they can make it about be just approaching fights one by one, because WADA are going to throw them their way. That's got to be the only approach I could see for them to try and bounce back after such a tough opener.
Yes, and it's kind of that mental reset, I think, is some of the best tests that we have in Valorant competitively. You know, can you come back? Can you bounce back from something as significant as a literal 13-1? And something we did not mention in the pre-show before this match is you guys might be wondering where MEOW is. And MEOW, we believe, is traveling, which is why you see Abby stepping in with that little. I think they had the cat photo right in the roster lineup. That really cute cat photo.
Yeah.
The cat photo on Catface. We love to see it. My cats love to see it, I'm sure. Jemda was there. She's not. But moving into this kind of series moving forward, Sunset is the place to be. I think when you have Sunset Christie, you know, working that mid take, there's a lot of like, for those solo engagements that you're talking about, there's a lot of places for them on this very like laney vertical map.
Yeah, and Sunset is also a map that usually plays a little bit more explosively as well, where you can try to overwhelm solo players, especially like on the chamber, especially if we're playing Neon or Waylay or anything like this. So there is the other option where, yeah, okay, you could play the more like slow-paced, methodical work the map, or you could just try and dominate mains, which seemed to be what they were trying a lot of on the previous map, but it just wasn't really working, hitting A main, B main over and over again when they don't have that same level of acceleration, when they don't have, you know, one of those Neons or Waylays in the comp.
Well, folks, it is time for Agent Select for this map of Sunset, where, if anything, WADA makes this a very, very convincing 2-0, or Empire Cafes can bounce back, and we can waive some adoption fees, but holy moly, comp, Christy, looking at this is wild.
A little bit wild. Now, that does look eerily similar to what they ran the previous time with a Waylay into the mix. I think if you just have the Gecko switching over from the Neon, but yeah, this is something else entirely. Even having a Clove in the mix, it's just so much fighting power, and I think what we're going to be looking for is Icy trying to break the crosshairs of Starbound's chamber and actually see if we can start winning some of these fights early on.
I mean, Emily, I'm going to ask you about that Waylay, because that's, I mean, that dive that you're seeing also a double initiator comp on the side of Catface. This can be kind of overwhelming for WADA to deal with.
Oh, it can be for sure. I think as long as someone is able to swing with the Waylay, and I don't know if that would be the Sova, but I'm more so guessing the Gecko, you know, flashing for the Waylay, Sova darting, being able to push up and take that fight and trade out the Waylay, or just use the Waylay as bait, as Ender was speaking, because yeah, Waylay can fly around, and that's going to be a hard shot to hit, like, most of the time.
Waylay can be some excellent bait. You know, you play a little bit coy going into the site, like you yourself, you snap back and there's 3 people swinging behind a wall behind you. So, I don't know. I think they could have some fun there.
Well, folks, more cat adoption fees, because I know they've already taken care of some, are up in the air. Casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. Yeah, the sun will set on the series unless Empire think of something good for this map, but this has been a quite heavy ban for them in the past, so I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit sad we could have a quick day bans. I don't want that, though.
They are definitely thinking about something, as Des just mentioned, a little bit of a agent switch here with Icy going on to the Waylay. And also bringing a Gecko through, I think the firepower that they're trying to bring is very similar to what they were trying to do on Corrode. Not trying to go for, you know, type of combo utility, but making sure that the wingman can plant, and then you have 5 players fighting against each other, and hopefully enough bodies to take down WADA. Hopefully that will be, you know, a recipe for success on that side of Empire. But if you're looking at it from the side of WADA, they're going back to the tried and true, right? The last stages, when the Swiss stages, when they played it, Ender mentioned it was a few roster changes from a couple, or player switches, sorry, from the some of the players on the side of WADA. Sorry, that kind of threw me off. But then after that, now that you see here Starbound and Parapixel coming back here with Femboy, it's really the tried and true. Try to fight against Starbound. How do you get rid of this chamber? And thankfully, though, Empire gets a start on defense to kick things off.
Hey, we know how strong they were on that one round, though. That first pistol is where they really shook things up. So, see if Empire has something nice, and it's the kind of the run it down special, kick down the door, like no one owns the place, and the Clove backs away. The double kill from Femboy with the Frenzy, kind of a popular purchase for them, and the spike is immediately down. So you really got to be careful for WADA on these pistols.
Yeah. When you're looking at these games for Game Changers, you're very inspired by teams like Shopify Rebellion, for example, because they're always winning everything. But when it comes down to like meta approaches and the little micro things that you're trying to do for a team, keep an eye out for WADA, man. This team is so well ironed out.
Enemy remaining.
Wow, I knew you were.
And the reason why I'm saying that is think about how Femboy is currently activating and open up everything as this Neon. So the Prowler's already finding some early information for Femboy to already lock in on that slide. But not only that, you're switching out from, you know, having to play Red Click Classic or a Ghost to a Frenzy. And that's something that only recently you started to see like Tier 1 utilize Frenzies a lot more on pistol rounds. Back then in like, I'd like to say Gen G when they won, what was it, Bangkok? No, sorry. Can't remember which event it was. Shanghai. Can't remember anymore. But it was like the meta of using 2 Sheriffs and Ghosts, right? But this time around, you're seeing Frenzies being activated for close range combats.
Yeah, just the brawl potential, and I like to use it just because I don't have to aim as much, but it's my new friendly weapon, I gotta say. But WADA making everybody else look just like that, with just these first bloods always going in their favor. Somebody's gotta stop the Femboy! The Neon's going crazy! And now you got a flawless anti-eco. This is a speed run.
Yeah, that's it. And not only you have to deal with Starbound that Ender was mentioning at the desk in the beginning of the map 1, but it's also now Femboy activating here on this Neon and also adding that pressure, something that, you know, they didn't have really much of a chance to do at first because they were starting off on the defensive side of Road. Now they have a chance to just really move quickly around Sunset and maybe make this a quick 2-0. Hopefully we have an answer back though with this gun round from Empire. And you're starting to see it. They're trying to find double information. Probably an eye with a recon dart. Now he actually doesn't get shot out. I didn't even think it pinged anybody. So this might be a mistake with Icy if they continue to move forward, and thankfully they fall back.
Was a nice distraction though, and I think this is an important round for Empire just for the sake of morale. You know, I'm sure that 13-1 weighs heavy on them, and this is a map he certainly did not want to go to. And Femboy continues to be the duelist to fear in this match with these first bloods, and still with the judge loving those shotguns as per usual. And now can they continue to close the gap? A quick 1-2 from Sin will dwindle WADA down to just 3. But now Habibti has to make their way over there on their last crumb of HP with the judge, and Abby has to be the star of the show. Haven't seen them since Swiss, or since before Swiss, and that's big, but the trades are better from WADA. So Habibti is left again to survive and thrive and clutch with just 10 HP, and is now just shooting before we even see what's going on because time is running out. Power Pixelate hidden away. Astralis can bait and check, and it's 3-0 for WADA.
Yeah, she's just trying to shoot everything, hoping that somebody's going to swing out and she could flick over to the kill, which is why she's shooting this arc rose already that's disabled on the top of that wall. That said, though, indeed, you're going to have to rethink things out here for the side of Empire. I just feel that what they were trying to do in trying to find information at the beginning of this round, yes, they threw the Gecko flash and at the same time went for a dart, but the dart was not into a position that gets instantly shot. I didn't even think I saw a Femboy hide into the one-way smoke that was placed down by the clove so they don't get pinged out. And that just doesn't really give you real information of where the setup is for WADA at the very beginning. And thankfully now you see one that lands right at the front. He gets shot right away. They pressure towards that B site. Now they have numbers advantage to fight for that control and overtake that first initial push.
Prowler didn't check Icy here, so surely, oh, there's a second Prowler, and that's target-rich environment. But Icy's broke this time. Shaka not able to find its mark, and WADA, they just march in like they own the place. Nobody can stand in their way. And Empire, I mean, they're on a save round, so any kill here would be welcomed. And now I don't even think you could recover these weapons, just with WADA playing as such a cohesive unit. And that's what happens. That's the result of being able to keep your roster together for both stages.
Look at those two. Once again, Starbound and Femboy trying to see who's going to pick up the kills to start racking up the ults on their side too, because PowerPixel already had theirs. Again, just the fast tempo that's activated from the side of WADA is just way too good. And that's just off the call of the sacrificial lamb being Juna. You're playing a 4-1, you're trying to find information, you realize that there's an eco and 3 shares pushing out towards that front B. Well, you're going to play 4 versus 2 on the A site, and you should have better weapons. And thankfully, the Prowlers doesn't allow for the surprise to come out from Icy with that Bucky. And WADA Bonus converted, another anti-eco converted, now going into a rifle round. Starbound off on the attack side.
Go.
Light info being taken out here and spotted on the side of the A main, but that's a lot of players trying to push up on that side of A.
Starbound's chamber has been a win condition for this team for so many matches, and well, this Nightfall could also add to that. And this just catches everyone left on the B site. Quick kills, another quick round for WADA, but Sin anchors well. Always good for one, and now that they're marked, they're gonna wait for reinforcements to arrive, and you desperately need Luna Fox to get these flashes going, but just ran over. 911 was called, nobody answered, and WADA padding the stats. I like that Sin is still like flicking, they're trying, the effort is there from the Empire squad, but WADA are really starting to run away with this half.
Definitely. 1 HP remaining on top of that with Juno at the 4K in that round. But you definitely do need an Empire state of mind here to try to make sure that, you know, you don't let this scoreline really get to you. You already lost a 13-1 on the first map, your map pick, with no solutions on the attack side, and unfortunately, no solutions on your defensive side against Sunset. What's being brought out here, and again, I wonder what type of preparation came through. Were they still trying to prep versus the old comp that WADA had when they had these subs, or did they go back into like the stage 1 earlier on here when WADA was already playing this comp originally? And I would assume so. It would be the latter part, which is why 3 players are once again moving up here and trying to punish Femboy, who's always in the front lines.
Ooh, just lining them up, running out of shots, and no, Luna Fox, don't let him do it. Oh, WADA are just always ready for a fight. And it's flawless, and that op continues to live on, which is a factor in this match. Mentally, you have to come up with a plan of how do you maybe get proactive on the defense, but you're up against Starbound's op, and who can easily just teleport away.
And that's the thing that you're going to have to start dealing for the side of Empire in my eyes. It's no more of this 3-player walk down to try to punish that one-way smoke that's being placed here on the defense. You got to find those 2 lurkers, which is Juna and also Starbound. You have utility to try to scout out where Starbound could be. If you force the TP out, try to find Juna right after. Punish them. Now you have the ults to work with as well, and try to go for that flood retake right after with this Hunter's Fury. They need to find ways to find where the weaker points are. Because right now, trying to go face front against Femboy is not working out.
It's about to reveal a lot. Steel Garden, is gonna get Sin in the end. So somebody else has to step up for Empire. You just play for retakes and play to punish this aggression from Femboy, who just collects both while the teammate falls, brings out the ult, going for the ace, it felt like. And Empire just left bleeding at the seams. Luna Fox have to be the one to make the play, the thrash. Wait, didn't even get the chamber. What a teleport from Starbound. And Empire won't be able to recollect, will not pass go unless Abby can make a play. Now the wingman will get the attention and bait out the shots, but maybe need to get on that defuse a little sooner. Time is running out, and WADA. Oh my god, this is such a powerhouse.
That's what they needed the wingman for, to try to go for the defuse, but instead, because it wasn't planted at the default spot, you couldn't really get the right click on there. It was at the staircase and all. It's like, okay, well, let's try to use it as boom bot, and hopefully we use that as bait so we could swing off it, but there was no timing to swing behind that either. And a 2 versus 3, like I said, I mean, you're trying to commit towards the thrash, which is respectable here. You need to try to get some rounds in as soon as possible, and it was definitely doable. But unfortunately, there's just so much util still available for WADA in that post plant to stall all of that and cancel that thrash. Look at this. Fully
so
blinded.
quick. Oh my god. This is a scary game. This is what Valorant is. The runaway because Femboy is running it down. Like, I love this. This has been such a dedicated player in the GC scene and continues to ravage every opponent in their way. I mean, Sleepy Arya, Femboy, they grind aim trainers, they do it all, but they'll even take care of Sin too with the help of the rest of WADA. And I mean, Femboy has been on the roster since the inception with Power Pixel A and has been mostly playing the Neon and the Rays, and this is the Femboy playground.
And that's also why, chat, you don't have to be as nervous and scared and quaking in your boots about the upcoming patches going into Valorant that apparently is going to shift the whole meta. if you're afraid of initiators getting reset utiled, I mean, Femboy's just gonna run you down no matter what. Who cares? They're just owning right now with the slides. If anything, we need to do a little bit more here to crank down the capabilities of what the duelists could do, because in the hands of these type of players, holy crap.
Okay, I see double dashes past Femboy, and WADA hold back the tidal wave. The VCT will another chance at life, and Starbound just gets another kill instead. The op continues to thrive. I mean, Starbound is building a 401k with how much money they all have. And 8-0 is starting to be broken down. LunaFox strikes, and Empire's on the board.
I love it. Just to add a little, like the twist knife in your side, you win the round, and then the emblem comes out for the Champions Trophy. Don't worry, friends. You only need 12 more rounds to try to win this game when they finally get their first round out of 9 so far here for the side of Empire. But thankfully, it's done through the IGL. LunaFox here from 24 Haven, one of the IGL and one of the players from the unsigned teams of back then, even in 2022. Finally gets picked up by Xset going into the main events, and still has been rocketed here as the IGL for Empire.
Whoa! Great timing from Juna, just right before the flash. Gets a 2K, and Sin equalizes those numbers, and now trying to get fancy with the op. WADA's util still enough to press back Empire, and Abby is left. I mean, what a quick round before you even know what's going on. WADA have already planned and killed the rest of your team.
Yeah. Had to look back at my notes to get ready for this round, and then the round's already over, so I'm going to pass it back to you. Let me kill you.
All right, thanks. I got the baton. I have the mic baton.
But that's the unfortunate thing, too, is just in the end, despite this heroic play coming out from LunaFox, it took them so much to try to win the round. So you're going into this round forced to buy down a lot of weapons, a lot of util, and then you lose this one here. You're potentially once again going back into another eco thrifty round, half buy potentially. In round number 11, you're already seeing it. A hero rifle out for Habibti, another one, 2 hero rifles and pistols for the rest of the side of Empire to hopefully try to salvage a little bit of this ending of this first half. And you know, they mentioned on the desk too, the first map, even though we had a 13-1 scoreline, it didn't really do justice because those rounds really came down to the wire. This is a little bit different. This is a whole domination for the side of WADA from cutting rotates and fighting into the right spots.
Empire just haven't had the chance to kind of execute their setups around LunaFox and setting up Icy, because Femboy farms every step of the way. And the desk talked about how usually Empire plays that double duelist, and it's been just Icy. And it's just one on the B side. Abby has to hold this back, but Starbound shines yet again on the op. And WADA about to get to double digits.
Spike planted.
It's 3 players trying to push them down, but they weren't swinging in coordination for the side of Empire, and that gets 2 free kills. And of course, it's because Icy had to dash forward, so that kind of broke a little bit of that teamwork that should really try to take down Starbound. But as they did, look at this Bermuda Triangle on Habibti, about to get sucked into the ocean. All angles covered, and last round to go, and it might be a similar scoreline as that first map of Road.
Which I just was not expecting. And I mean, Empire are playing with a different Sentinel. They're playing a different composition. They're on their most banned map. So yeah,
Sorry,
I'm just dropping the hard facts, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And sorry, I was looking at that full thing, phenomenal. That the outside, I never noticed it before.
Vance only reads for the first time, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, I learned how to read! But if anything, WADA are reading these plays. Look at this ult into the site. Abby can't do anything as the weapon gets jammed up, and this should be a plant. I mean, this is somewhat doable. You still have some pretty strong weapons to work with for the retake, especially if LunaFox can maybe punish somebody over here. That'll be another thrash.
Yeah, it's just all these fights start on WADA's terms. Like, even just yet again, Juna pushing before Empire's rotations were fully set, and Starbound's picking people off who were trying to find different angles around mid, or even just rotating into the party. WADA are not playing around, and Empire, have they already lost mentally? Like, I feel like there's still some players on this Empire roster that are so hungry and are still trying to pick up the slack that others are leaving behind. Well, this is a WADA roster that are primed to maybe even take the whole tournament, or at the very least return to that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing of trying to play to your comfort picks on the side of Empire, but there's also you also need a lot of preparation and try to see how you could take down one of the top teams that we currently have in Game Changers in North America in WADA. With this comp, again, I respect that you could try to go for brute force fights like you will try to do here in this pistol round, but there's no agent synergy, and not even on paper that really allows for you to get real like aggro information and take space behind that from how Starbound and Juno are currently lurking around that map.
Oh, double dash and the flash. That's what I like to see. I think that's been one of the game plans from Empire to execute on. It doesn't net a kill, but it shows the potential of what ideas Empire had around this composition, and now just spamming through the smoke from some comfort and safety. WADA get the first bloods, but not before there's some kickback from Empire.
Here.
Lurking around is Starbound 2, and now with B-Link you have this market getting pushed from WADA, and the flash was to only keep them at bay, but Lunafox will not be able to recover this. They just gotta play their angles and maybe catch Femboy drifting around. There really hasn't been a punish
there
for Femboy.
Find you. Last
Oh,
player
and now just
standing.
peeking through the window. WADA barely holding their ground. It's up to Starbound, and such a must-needed pistol for Empire, but Starbound runs out of bullets, and Empire take the pistol.
All right, well, that's a good start. We'll take that for sure, and the pistol round is a great way to hopefully salvage a few at the same time as well. And I wanted to continue the conversation too in terms of like the lack of synergy that you have with these agents on the side of Empire. I'm not going to say that it's a bad comp in itself that's making them lose this game either, but you also have to find ways to also try to go for these type of trap plays and set plays that you can really do here, which lacks a little bit in my eyes from what I've been witnessing in this series so far. But when you have finally Icy that can just double dash across left and right and try to break those crosshairs, and you work it, I mean, somebody break that haunt at least.
Surely, right? But
that pink 5 players.
Well, they set their sights forward. Don't care who we see. We
planted.
need to get the objective down, which they do. So now Empire get to have this 5-person stack on the post plan, and look at Lunafox pushing up. Don't have a flash. Don't need it. If you got a better gun, a better shot, and Lunafox just kind of ego checking people on the other side, pressing them back, and now just gets to be the firing squad. WADA, at least they got the power of friendship and maybe 2 buckies, but it's coming in at different angles. And Femboy does get an upgrade, but 1v4 is a whole different beast, even for someone like Femboy.
Yeah, and just unlucky for the side of Femboy too when they got that pick. Icy was already reloading that bulldog, but as they picked it up, it wasn't fully reloaded into the clip, so still only had 4 bullets. If there was still, you weren't forced to reload, then you wouldn't have to fall back and maybe could have done more damage then. But this is a great start once again for Empire on the second half. Winning pistol, winning the anti-eco, and this time around having a pretty decent bias. They only lost 1 player in the process of this post plan, so might be decent moving into the next couple of rounds. A chance to fight within the next 2 here to stay within reach of tying things up.
The Prowler is going to kind of destabilize Empire as now with the smokes down, Empire, their usual track, I thought of just going through the left side, and they pressed right into it. Josh and Femboy. Oh, the kryptonite was the reload, and Empire gets to live on. Just the 2. How do you turn this around? If WADA go to match point, it's just gonna feel over. Now at least you've isolated Astralis. Juna goes to peek. Empire were ready to react, and not bad. Habibti left in a 1v1. Definitely something that they can handle better than the 1v3, 1v4s that Habibti is usually stuck in. Now they've got safety. Be able to even rotate out, which is great. Starbound! Wow! What a flick from Starbound!
Dude, I was just about to say Starbound went towards spawn and picked up a Guardian. I was like, oh no, this is not good news, because Starbound's gonna play that just like an op. What a flick to a 1-tap, and that's what got me surprised. The weapon here that Starbound just picked up. You're going into a 1v1. You've already made so much noise of where the position was at. why not just pick up the Vandal and try to make the chances greater on your side here, try to win that 1v1. But you saw the results towards the end. It didn't matter. It was a nice little one tap coming out here from Starbound. Literally star player for the team. But this is where I also got confused. We had that double dash come through here, through the smoke from the side of Icy. There was no recall after the information. Nobody traded out behind that. 3 easy kills with a judge. I think, unfortunately, it got to a point where that mental could be kind of checked out.
You gotta check back in and play perfect, but at least it is a double elimination bracket. It's just tough to see in that first match. And now just walking in, contact plays. Juna, first blood, gets out of the way from all the flashes that can come out. Icy now going in deep for the heroics. Good for one, better than nothing. WADA now can take angles around the market. Left unsmoked, unwatched, and Abby falls. The dominoes crumble, and WADA make this the quickest match in the main event.
I haven't even finished my Red Bull yet. I'm only halfway towards my cannon. WADA has already won that series here against Empire. And also, unfortunately, we're not going to be adding fees into saving more cats to getting them rescued.
Yeah, they must hate cats.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the death was right after all. WADA hates cats, even though they have a cat as a logo. But hopefully there is going to be something that it could do here towards that lower bracket. Again, if you want to just highlight, I just want to highlight that for the side of Animal and the rest of the teams throughout the stages. They've had a hard time to make it and break it into the top 4. But they've always had a pretty decent lower bracket run. They had some decent looks coming up against WADA, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
Just the stats from the WADA side, like 6 first bloods from Femboy, Starbound dropping 20 kills, and Starbound has been that stat player in GC. I mean, number 3 in ACS and kills per round just from Swiss. Like, WADA is a really stacked roster and the best unsigned team that we have. And just based on their first match in the main event, they could threaten SRG when, if, and I guess once, they meet down the road, which SRG did win their first match of the main event. But don't worry for any Empire fans, the Kingdom can rebuild just in the lower bracket, and their opponent is still to be found on that over on the other stream of Radiant GG. But don't go anywhere, because after this break we're going to hear from the desk and we're going to have an interview with WADA, so don't go anywhere.
Well, folks, it was a series so quick I literally was unable to finish my Red Bull. Welcome back for the final time to Verizon Game Changers Series 2. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Ender and Emily on the desk. If you're just joining us, you missed a masterclass from the criminally not signed team WADA taking down Empire Cafes. There we go. Empire Cafes 2-2.
Why don't you sign them, Liz? Sign WADA. You've got that kind of motion.
Yeah, and all the money I have too, Christy, right? But look at that 13-3 scoreline, Christy.
Yeah, pretty good. I would say compared to Corrode, they started slacking a little bit in the second half. Dropping 2 rounds in one half is very disappointing for a team of this
I
caliber.
can't sign that, Christy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Actually, this is where they just lost the signing. Was those 2 rounds they lost the pistol in round 2 in the second half. It's a really tough way for that to go for the team, but yeah, WADA can be very happy, I think, overall.
I mean, we have to highlight Arya right away. Emily with the 21-10. Arya, aka Femboy, is someone who has been consistently so good as their duelist on WADA, and just is such a powerful force to be reckoned with. And part of their success, they had in these 2 maps.
Yeah, and just the fashion that Femboy went about, like, so nonchalant. The amount of times that I just saw them casually, no, literally, the amount of times I just saw them casually run up, sprint, slide, do a little flick and get a kill. Like, it was so nonchalant. Like, that is aura.
Yeah, literally in this second map, Starbound and Femboy combined are 10-0 in openers as well. It's just, it's a bit of shellacking. And honestly, I think for WADA, you want to come in and dominate in this type of fashion, right? WADA have always been the number 2 team this year, at least in my eyes. And when you look across the stage at some of their best competition, spoilers, by the way, for the Shopify Blue Water series, but that series was incredibly close. So WADA can maybe look at that and be like, okay, hold on a second. They can bleed, and we just came in here and took care of business easily.
Yeah, no, and also just the amount of stamina and momentum WADA had. Like, even when MEOW was able to get a round off, they couldn't capitalize on it and keep that momentum going because WADA was just so strong. Their mentality was so up, their energy was so up. Like, even when they lost those rounds, they're like, oh, we for sure got the next one. Like, they never had any doubts in their gameplay.
Emily, something about their gameplay when you're watching it here in these replays that we have as B-roll is that they are fast and they are cohesive. They are in your face, but they are all in your face together, no?
No, for sure. And you can just tell by the way that they're playing. I just know their comms are just so fun right now. Like, they are having a blast. They are having so much fun in this best of 3, and it shows in their zoomy and chaotic gameplay.
I mean, they have a cat and they have the zoomies. They're like the cat logo. They have the zoomies. And unfortunately, we don't have any, today at least, we don't have any cat adoption fees being waived by Empire Catface, but they move into the lower bracket where they will be continuing to fight for their main event lives. But friends, we have the Verizon post-match interview ready to go, and as one of the stars of the show of WADA, it is Juna, the incredible controller, joining us on the call today. Juna, congratulations on, I don't know if Stomp covers it, Juna. That was such an incredible masterclass from you all. I mean, talk to me about going into today's map, because Empire Catface have some incredible heavy hitters on that team, some storied GC players. What was the conversation with the rest of WADA about today's match?
Well, honestly, I guess to start off, we do have a lot of work going on in the back end, especially Power does a lot of work looking through the teams we're going to play and doing prep beforehand. Same with Fred, as well as Kestrel, who helps us a lot. So that really helped us feel more confident and always makes us feel more confident going into these matches. But honestly, particularly outside of that, we didn't really do any specific prep. We just kind of always go in wanting to play our game, and I feel like we're pretty confident with that, as always.
I mean, it shows that you guys were, I was just saying, a cohesive unit moving forward. What is that? You said our game. Can you explain a little bit further what the WADA game is?
The WADA game is, I think, mostly just trusting in each other. We are a busy team, so we do try to do as much prep as we can. But honestly, going into matches, we just trust in each other. If there's a play we want to make, we call it, we do it. And I think that's kind of what the core of WADA is we just do what we want to, and it works out for us because we're good at it.
I mean, clearly the scorelines tell that story. An incredible performance from everyone here. Something I want to ask you, kind of looking back, is that the last time we saw you in main event on GC, you made it to the grand finals, but in what was, you know, a disappointing one for you, what you lost to Shopify Rebellion 1-3. Moving forward, if and when you meet Shopify Rebellion or just anyone in the grand finals, what has WADA improved on to make sure that won't happen again?
Yeah, so that loss was, I think, tough for us just because Shopify is just such an incredible team and they're so different than the other teams that we'll play. And so that loss was difficult in the moment, but it was really good for us to like really pinpoint and understand what our weaknesses were. So, we fixed up our comms. We talked about things on certain maps that didn't feel comfortable for us, and we changed those things and really made sure we were playing into everyone's comfort and like building that trust between each other. And I think that's what's gonna really feel more different coming into playing against a really strong team like Shopify is having that confidence in each other and not really backing down even if it feels like it's going to be really difficult.
And I mean, WADA have made such a splash in the GC scene as soon as you guys, joined up. You guys haven't really made any roster changes either. You guys have kind of stuck together as this unsigned team, sticking with the same roster and just pushing forth, playing incredible Valorant. I'm gonna let you take the floor for a little bit because I know the hashtag sign WADA is out there and we are using it, and you have not been signed yet. And why should people sign you? And I want people to pay attention. Listen up. Floor is yours.
I mean, listen, WADA, we weren't even planning to play past kickoff. This team came together. We're like, guys, let's just play kickoff together to see what happens. And there's such great chemistry on the team, and there's so much trust in each other and like respect between the players. And that's what kept us together. And honestly, it's been difficult for some of our players to keep playing just because of time and a lot of different obligations. But we have so much passion for the game. Everyone on the team has so much passion for the game that we want to stick together and keep trying. And even though we haven't been signed or anything like that, we're playing because we love it and we feel like we're good at it and we feel like we can trust each other. And so if you sign WADA, you're getting a team that you don't have to worry about the synergy between the teammates. You don't have to worry about that passion not being there, that hard work being there. So I really do think it's in everyone's best interest to please sign WADA.
And you have so many people behind you rooting for you. I'm going to let you go, Juna, to celebrate your win, but thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Hashtag sign WADA. Hashtag sign WADA. Am I right, Chrissy and Emily? Am I right? Hashtag sign WADA.
Yeah, so sign them, Liz.
Yeah, sure. I'll get that
sign
done right
them.
away.
Hello? It's just that easy.
It's literally just that easy. But we're going to talk about the bracket of today because while we're in the midst of ending things, I believe the other game on Radiant GG is still going on.
YFP versus Kiri. It is. Game 1 just started. If you want to go support a Teddy Tactics alum, Cal.
Ooh, Teddy Tactics alum, we love to see it. But Shopify Rebellion Gold took down Blue Otter in a very close series, like you were talking about, Christy, 2-1. There was overtime involved. There was a comeback almost at the end, Christy. It was close.
I know two things from scanning the internet quickly. One is map 1, Blue Otter 1, and that's insane. And map 3, I think they were down 11. They were down an obscene number. I've heard 11-1. I don't know if that's factual. And then came back only to lose 13-11. Tragedy.
That's so heartbreaking. Almost an NRG Fnatic moment on Abyss, even though I think they're on Ascent with that last map. But I mean, Emily, looking at this bracket, we see Blue Otter versus Ghost in the lower bracket, and that is a heck of a game to have in your lower bracket be like kind of your do or die moment.
Yeah, honestly, I was really looking for Ghost to kind of have like this demon lower bracket run because honestly, I thought 100 Thieves was going to take the win today, and as they did. But Blue Otter, we're seeing a whole new Blue Otter. Like it feels like a brand new team compared to watching them in Swiss, taking the spot away from FlyQuest in that last best of 3. And having close games to bringing SRG, the reigning world champions and the dominating in NAGC team to 2-1, and also beating SRG in overtime, like that is super impressive. So as much as I'd like to think that match is going to be super close, I think if Blue Otter keep it up like they did today, it might just be a stomp, and anyone who falls into that lower bracket, I am scared for it.
Well, it is Game Changers, everyone. anything can happen. But this is the first day of the main event. If you can join us back for day 2 tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, we'd love to see you here. But on behalf of production, the casters, the desk, and everyone who has ever been a part of this, myself, thank you. So I'm going to need to show my face. Thank you so much for joining us for Verizon Game Changers. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you tomorrow on the next one.
Bye.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess I know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature as electronics.